add one more line to what I was saying and ask, just to thank you whenever the court says ready. The other thing I wanted to say, Judge, is that without putting the fact, the core fact that I'm asking the witness about, without asking him about that first on appeal, if there is an appeal, and all I ask is, did you tell the police X?
I want you to ask the fact. Okay. That seems much more relevant than what you told or didn't tell the police.
Right. So that's what I was doing, and that's what I thank you. That was all I was going to say, because without it, all that we have is you told the police or you didn't. You don't have the facts in. So thank you.
And briefly, Your Honor, if the state intends, I'd like to raise a 403 objection. If the state intends to go line by line, or pretty much line by line,
that would be
through a 300-page transcript.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm not going to argue anymore if it's going to be sustained. Thank you.
And Your Honor, the 403 objection, I assume, would be made as to a specific question, not the whole.
No, the fact that you seem to be going line by line through this transcript.
Your Honor, I'm
practically line by line through this transcript.
Your Honor, again, as I've said, I have to confront him with certain
You
facts.
don't at this point, because he has said, I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to remember a single thing about that interview.
But the facts that he alleged in the interview have not been put upon him, and the record will only reflect that he said the things in the interview. The record will not reflect it as a substantive proof of some fact I've asked about in the case. The only substantive proof that showing that he said it in the interview will reflect is that he lied about whether or not he said it in the interview. It won't show that he lied about the fact itself. If I say, he says, I don't remember what was said in the interview, and then we show he said it in the interview, all that has been proven is that he said it in the interview, not that the substantive underlying core was put upon him and he lied about that.
You do not have to put upon him every sentence that he said if he has established sufficiently, which he has for me, that he does not remember. I don't remember is equally a way to get to extrinsic evidence of a prior inconsistent statement as, no, I didn't say that.
And Your Honor, if he says, I don't remember the fact that I'm asking him about, that's one thing. But Judge, this idea of looking at, they don't know what I'm holding, but the idea of that I'm looking at something and asking him, they think line by line, is an improper way to gauge whether I'm properly asking the questions, because I'm asking him substantive questions that by curtailing my ability to ask, the court is curtailing my ability to ask him, did this happen? And that is all that I'm asking to be allowed to do, because without it, the court is, the record that is being created is only that he doesn't remember what he told the police, and then she went and showed what he told the police. And so the only thing proven is he told the police that. Us showing him, telling the police that isn't substantive evidence of anything except the opposite of what he said on the stand. I don't remember what I told the police. Oh, well, here's what you told the police. Oh, okay, that's what you told the police. It is not substantive evidence of, did this happen? And an inconsistent statement of, did this happen?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor,
Judge, I would ask that the court allow me until the lunch break to ask the questions the way that I believe we need to ask them to make the record clear and to prove our case. And at lunch, I will bring back the case law that shows what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
the only other thing I want to raise is, Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I have to say something. For 2 years, I have watched the state, and specifically Ms. Love, anytime there's been a ruling against her, take the floor and argue every single time and filibuster. I appreciate that an attorney at times is going to want to make a request for the court to reconsider its rulings, but I don't think that needs to happen every time and in the form of a filibuster. Thank you.
Let's get the witness back in, please. We ready? So no. Did Demikion tell you that Shannon and some other boy named Tay or Trey, whatever, and Demikion shot at the house? Was your last question. Okay, let's get the jury in, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lowe.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, did Demikion tell you that he, Shannon, and Tay or Traydon shot at the houses?
No.
Did you tell the police that he said that? On August 5th, 2015, did you tell the police that he said that?
Oh, no.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Demikion told you that over at your house? Did you tell the police that Demikion told you that over at their house? And did you tell the police that If Gang shot at Landrum where Tay stayed?
I told you already. I don't remember.
Was Summer there when all of that happened?
I already told you I was going to get her, so she had to be there.
She had to be there at Landrum?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Summer was going to Perry Homes that night?
I don't know.
Did Demikion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shoot up Perry Homes that night?
No, I did.
Okay. Did you tell the police when you first went in that Demikion, Tay, Shannon, and Traydon shot up Perry Homes that night?
I told you I was trying to take everything off of Moonton, so I was just lying.
All right. And did you tell the police that Demekion gave you only the names himself, Tay, Shannon, and Tradon? And he didn't really say anything about Moncton.
See, I told you I'm trying to free Moncton.
So is that a yes? You did say that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police that they were trying to figure out where Moncton was?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police because that inn ain't got no car?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police how close you and Moncton were?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you have been knowing Moncton all your life?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Is your loyalty, did you have more loyalty to Moncton than anybody else within your circle of friends that night?
You got no loyalty to nobody.
Did you tell the police that you had more loyalty to Moncton than any of the other names we just mentioned?
I don't know.
Okay. And in fairness, did you tell the police that you have no loyalty to anybody?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Moncton has no loyalty for you?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Moncton had loyalty for you on that night?
I don't know.
Do you remember the last time that you had talked to Moncton before you went in to speak with police on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had not talked to him lately?
Objection 403.
Your Honor,
Yes.
given what has already been said and what we believe will come out, we believe that it is not in any way a waste of time to show the jury certain things that this witness said about Moncton and the last time that he talked to him. And in order for us to allow them to be able to consider certain things substantive evidence, they have to hear what he said, and I have to confront him with it.
This is not even what we talked about on the break, but sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask what it is that I should not do in terms of...
If you want to come up here to the bench, you can.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm here, guys. Y'all have to tell me what happened. I'm gonna have to rewind it. What just happened, guys? I'm done with the plea, and I am. Did we get a win? Did we get a win? What did she do, guys? I'm about to rewind it. What kind of break are we on? Is this a bench break or a real break? You too. Thank you so much. Oh my God. So she has to do another in camera review. We're at the bench. Okay, we're at the bench. We'll be back. I love break. Oh, that's a good one. I'm headed to Fulton now, guys. So I'm gonna definitely pop my head in there. Getting in the car, just rapping and moving along. Okay, guys, make sure y'all like the live, subscribe. We are having a motivating, money making, marvelous Monday. I'm getting stuff done. I found a way to be with y'all. So this is what I did, y'all. I went to my office early this morning and I got the live started so that we would have stable Wi-Fi. So I got the live started from my computer and I'm joining in on my phone. So I think I got it down pat. So I don't have to get in trouble anymore. So I don't lose, so I can keep the momentum going. How you doing? It is. Where's she at?
All right, we need to.
All right, we're back.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, while you were locked up for what you say you're on probation now, so that 428 incident, did Moncton let you know that Demikion had said, I'm sorry, did Demikion tell you that the police had tricked him?
He didn't tell me that when he was locked up. He told me that before we got locked up. He told me that before we got locked up.
So much hearsay. She don't even know.
And do you remember which time frame it was?
He told me that when we were locked up too. Yeah, he did tell me that when we were locked up.
Okay. Was it when you locked up for this?
Yes.
Okay. Was Demekion locked up for the same thing?
Yes.
All right. Now, what all were y'all in the same pod and same cell and same something else?
I don't know.
How did you all start talking about this?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you ask him what he told the police?
I told you he had already been told. I've been told you that.
What do you mean?
He had already told me before we got locked up.
Okay.
Well, when I got locked up for it, he told me again.
Okay, so before you went in, Demekion told you what he told the police?
Yes, I've been told you that.
All right. And was this the time you said that he told you when you picked him up on your bike?
On my bike?
Yes,
I
is it?
don't know.
Okay. Now, did Detective Gaither tell you effect on the listener? It does. And we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's not Detective Gaither giving a testimonial statement. It's Detective Gaither asking the witness a question.
Overruled.
Did Detective Gaither tell you that she had some phone records?
I don't know.
Did you know that she had some phone records?
I got locked up in May
Mm-hmm.
for a gun. They
Right.
said all this in a preliminary hearing in May.
Who said all what?
In court.
No, who? You said they said all. I'm asking you.
The DA said this when I got locked up for the gun by myself, so I already knew what was coming.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, please answer only the question I'm asking you.
I
And that
answered that
question
question.
is, you can explain it maybe if the court lets you, but that question is, did you know that the police had phone records?
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe that the police had tricked Demekion?
Yes.
Right. Did you tell the police that you believed that they had not tricked Demekion?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you tell the police that you believed they had not tricked Demekion?
So what I put one in there and said, oh, I already know y'all Dominican. No.
Did you tell the police, how could somebody trick you? You're a grown man.
I was playing my role, acting like I ain't know what was going on.
Okay.
I know what's going on.
All right.
Green.
What now?
I know what's going on. I went slow. I knew what was going on. I told you I already knew.
You already knew what?
What was already said.
What was already said by whom?
I don't know. Keep asking the same questions.
Do you want the jury to hear what happened or not?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you knew that the police had phone records. Did you know that they had your phone records?
I just told you they had already told my lawyer when I was in preliminary hearing.
I'm asking you whether you knew the police had your phone records.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that you knew they had your phone records?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that the number that they had was not your phone number? Absolutely relevant, Your Honor, because of what?
Overruled.
Probably did.
Okay. Did the police attempt to end the interview after telling you how they got your phone records and you insisted that wasn't your number?
I don't remember.
Did you give them Moontunk's number?
No.
Do you know what Moontu's number is?
No,
Did you know what Moontu's number was at the time?
no.
Do you remember talking to them about Moontu's number? And by them, I mean Detectives Gaither and Dennis in the August 5th, 2015 interview.
They had already knew Moontoon number. I never gave them Moontoon number.
So you didn't confirm or deny it?
I don't know. I know they had already knew it.
So the number that they had for Moontu is one that you knew was Moontu's number?
I was in the car when they called his phone.
That's not the question. Could you please answer? It'll get you there faster. The number that they told you they had for
I don't remember
Moontu,
them telling me about no Moontoon number.
did you know that they had Moontu's number?
I don't know. Did I know that they had? Yeah, I knew they had.
Yes. And did you try to convince the police that the only way you knew the details of April 28th was that Demikion had told you?
I don't know.
Did Detective Gaither, did you tell her that you were going to go down there and be honest, just be honest about things?
Ain't never been honest a day of my life.
Did you tell her that that's what you were going to do?
I don't remember.
Did you have Summer or anybody else tell
I
Detective
never been
Gaither you were
honest
going
a
to be
day in my
honest?
life.
Just you need
We
to
heard
come
that
down there and
before.
talk to. They need to come talk to you.
No.
Another impeached witness.
Did you tell Detective Gaither that you were being honest about how you knew about April 28th?
I don't remember.
Did you promise Detective Gaither you were not there on April 28th?
I don't remember.
Did Detective Gaither get up or get ready to leave when you promised her you weren't there?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask?
No, I mean, I don't know. You may ask a different question.
After you promised Detective Gaither you weren't there, did you ask Detective Gaither and Dennis if they wanted to talk about some other cases?
I don't remember.
Now, did you believe you needed to talk about your case before you got to the other cases?
Sustained.
Would Detective Dennis and Gaither talk to you about any other cases before talking to you about yours? And Your Honor, if there's a relevance objection, I do have a response. If I need to go to the bench, I will.
I guess you're going to need to come to the bench.
This is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what y'all want me to say. Yes, she's slamming down the mic. Oh God. Okay, so it's Monday, guys. Let me get some. Make sure everybody is subscribed and like the live. Let me know when you subscribe and like the live, and let me get some super chats today. You guys really didn't show me any love last week. I had 2 days where I had to go to court, and y'all just let me go. I don't I don't know about him keeping the attorney. I see a lot of you guys saying he should have kept the attorney, but I don't think that would have made much of a difference because, as you heard when Attorney Scheib said, am I able to object? There's nothing he can do but ask questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing and liking the live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody joining us, please subscribe and like the live. Um, And I hope you guys watch with me every day this week. Today is actually the only day, you guys aren't going to believe this. Today is the only day I have court. So, the rest of the week, I'm seated at the office, ready to go. But today I'm moving around. I should be done by the time we come back from lunch. I know that is definitely my punishment from having to actually work. So make sure you guys like the live, drop some super chats. I've been working on making some stickers so we can get some stickers. Shout out to Kat. She showed me how to do that. And yeah. But back to what we were talking about. I don't think him keeping a lawyer would have changed much because there's only all he could do is pretty much ask his lawyer, how should I answer this or what should I do? I thought it was really interesting. He says, I've never been honest a day in my life. That's something we definitely heard before. Um, Kay says he doesn't need an attorney because he's speaking on a case he did time for. And his attorney argued that even though he's speaking on a case that he's already done time for, it's possible that they could add him as a co-defendant on the Rico, using his conviction as an overt act. This what I want to know, y'all. What happened to the money? Lord have mercy. Well, he did. He said from today, and when we say he, we are talking about QZ, Mr. Zachary, from the beginning. That we're back, guys. Let me be quiet. Here we go. Thank you, Caramel QT, for always supporting me. Thank y'all. Come on, follow Lee, y'all.
Okay, I have to slap. Oh, wait. Come on. Sorry. Come on up, Mr. Zachary.
Like, subscribe. Somebody drop the membership link in the chat for me. Like and subscribe. Drop some super chats. Let's start Monday off good, y'all. Thank you.
After Detective Gaither, after Detective Gaither um, told you you had to tell her about your stuff, did you tell her something different than what you had told her previously?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were you, Moulton, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and Demikion the ones that actually shot up the houses?
No, I did.
All right. By yourself?
Man, God,
You in Garlington?
yes,
How many guns y'all have?
a lot.
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
Okay. Then how do you remember it was a lot?
I know it.
Okay. Are you saying Garlington because you know Garlington's now convicted of that too?
What?
Are you saying Garlington because you know Garlington now has been convicted of that too, so no more harm can come to him?
No, I'm just telling the truth.
Okay. So why can you remember now when you couldn't remember a minute ago anything from 2015?
I told you I remember what I on probation for. I told you that 10 times.
Right. But did you say you could remember what other people did?
I don't know what nobody else did. I know what I did.
Okay. So why did you tell the police that you, Moontoon, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D were the ones that shot up the house?
I never told no police that Moulton shot at no house.
Okay. Do you remember Detective Gaither saying to you, effect on listener?
Overruled.
Do you remember Detective Gaither telling you that you think you could tell her about a whole bunch of other stuff and get help on your stuff, but you got to be honest about what you're here for, and that's how this works. It doesn't just work like you tell me a whole lot of stuff about other people and we forget about your stuff. You got to be honest with what you got going on. Do you remember her telling you that?
I wouldn't never look for help for myself.
I'm just asking you if you remember her telling you that.
No.
All right. Do you remember her saying after something like that being said by Detective Gaither, all right, me, Montunk, Shannon, Tay, Tradon, and D.
I shot up a house, man, guards.
I'm asking you if you remember saying what I just asked. All right. How many cars were there that night?
How many people got convicted of it?
How many cars were the people who were with you in when you all shot up the houses?
100.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that there were 2 cars?
That's a lie.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge,
Overruled. I know what you're going to say. Yes, I overruled. Go ahead.
did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that it was 2 cars?
I just told you it was 100 cars.
All right, but did you tell them that it was 2?
I don't know.
Okay. Which car were you in? Who were you in a car with?
Myself and Garson and Sledge.
Yourself and Garlington and Sledge?
Yeah.
And Montunk is the one you were closest with out of all of those?
Yes.
Then why did you tell the police you were in the car with Montunk?
Because I was letting them, as I told you earlier, I was trying to let them know that Montunk didn't condone in that.
How does telling them you in the car with Montunk when you shooting up houses tell them that he doesn't condone that?
Because I don't remember.
Okay. Now, what 2 cars did you all use?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all used an Impala that was gray?
I don't remember.
Now, you said earlier that you, Demekion, and who were in the car together? Sledge. Do you remember telling
She know
the
not.
police,
She know
they
not.
asked you who all was in the car with you? Me, Montunk, Shannon, and D.
I never saw Shannon that night.
Say that again now?
I never saw Shannon that night.
Do you see Shannon in the courtroom today?
I can't see that far.
Do you know whether he's in the courtroom?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether Tradon was in the car with you all?
When I in the car with me, Sledge, and Goddess, I just told you that.
Was Tradon in another Impala with you all?
I just told you the only people in the car with me, Sledge, and Goddess.
Right, I hear you. But I'm asking you about Tradon and the car he was in. Do you remember whether he was in another Impala?
I don't remember no Tradon.
Okay. Do you remember telling police that Tradon was in another Impala?
I just told you I don't remember. No Tradon, no Impala, nothing.
Do you remember an orange or burgundy or something Impala?
No.
Do you remember telling the police you did?
No.
So you don't remember telling them that orange or burgundy Impala?
I just dropped the membership link.
You don't remember telling them whether that orange or burgundy Impala was the same year as Monktunk's, probably an 08 or something like that?
Listen, my lord. ADHD, artistic. I don't remember. I just be talking. I don't remember. Did y'all do y'all research on me before y'all even tried to put me in interrogation room or whatever it is?
Okay. You said you're ADHD and autistic?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the orange and burgundy car was the same year as Moontunk car, probably a 08 or something like that.
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I ask the basis? I don't know what 403 basis, so that I can tailor the next question.
It's a waste of time.
Your Honor, it's not a waste of time.
Move on to the next question, please.
Do you know where Traydon stayed at?
I don't know no Traydon.
Do you know where Tay stayed?
I don't know no Tay. Well, yes, I know Tay, but I don't know who stayed.
All right. Did you know where the people were the if gang members y'all were shooting at on Adele stay?
I don't know who we was shooting at.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Traydon or Tay was the one that knew where the people who lived at Adele stayed at?
No,
Huh?
no.
All right. Now, had Tay had beef with the people on Adele before, specifically Philo and D?
I don't damn know.
All right. You said earlier that you knew Philo. Is Philo
Never
Philip
said I
Collins?
knew him. I knew of that name for being in my discovery package. I never knew him.
You didn't know him on April 28th?
No,
You didn't know him on August 5th?
no,
All right. By August 5th, I mean August 5th, 2015.
no.
All right. Did you tell the police that Philo was Philip Collins?
Hell no, I ain't say no. I don't know his name. I ain't see that name until I got locked up and it was in my discovery package.
Did you know a D or Darren Mills who was Philip Collins' little brother?
Never saw that name until I saw it in my discovery package.
Did you tell the police that D was Philo's little brother?
No, I don't know them people. I just told you that.
Were you asked whether those people lived at 1428 Adele Avenue over there by Mosley Park?
Objection 403.
Judge, how is, if I may, Your Honor, I don't know how else the jury is going to know the witnesses' statements and be able to decide what's true and what's not without not asking specific questions.
You're asking about the questions being asked.
No, I'm asking, did he know that Philo and Dee stayed over there? And I understand, I'll change and I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Did you know that Philo and Dee stayed on 1428 Adele Avenue over by
I don't know
Mosley
them
Park?
people. I don't know where they stay.
Say it again.
I don't know them people. I don't know where they stay.
All right. And Mr. Zachary, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. You see the court reporter to your left? She's typing down things. And if you start talking before I finish asking questions, she can't get it down. So can you let me finish asking the question before you answer, please?
She asked me the same questions.
I understand.
You ain't trip me up or trick me. You know that.
I don't want to. Can you do that for me?
All right.
Thank you. All right. So was your answer you did not know that Philo and Dee lived on 1428
Yes,
Adele
I did not
Avenue?
know.
You're doing it again, Mr. Zachary. Can you let me
Told
finish?
you I'm ADHD, autistic. I'm
Okay.
just,
Mr. Zachary, the jury has to hear this information.
yeah, like I can control this.
You can, can't you?
No,
Okay. Do you know where Mosley Park is?
no,
Okay. Did you know that Dee was Philo's little brother?
no.
How did you get involved in that mix since you weren't at the club? When Lil D, that is Demekion, got jumped. How did you get involved in that mix?
I don't remember.
Did you get involved when they shot at Summer, when If Gang shot at Summer?
I never told who shot at something. I don't know nobody who shot. I just know she got shot at.
Okay. Is that when you got involved, when you learned that she got shot at?
Yes,
All right. And where did they shoot at Summer?
Campbellton.
Is that the part on Landrum?
Yes.
Did they shoot at Summer before all the shootings happened or after?
Before.
All right. Was Summer at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay at the time that they shot at them?
I don't know.
Did you tell police they were?
I don't know.
Right. Were Summer, Alexis, and Tay in a car together?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked about them being in a car together?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify for the police that Summer wasn't with Tay, she was with Alexis?
I don't remember.
Did you clarify that Tay hadn't gotten there yet?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know whether the people that shot at Summer were inside or inside of a car or inside of the apartment complex outside of the car when they shot at Summer?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that when Summer and them went into the apartment complex, that the people that were shooting at them started shooting from way down in Summer's parking lot?
I don't remember.
Did you call the police when you learned that they were shooting up Summer's apartment complex on Landrum?
I don't know the number to the police.
Do you know 911? Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary.
Huh?
Do you know 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did someone else get shot that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that someone else had gotten shot that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police it was right after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
And do you still not remember whether or not the people that shot were the guys from If Gang?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the police who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how you knew who it was that shot after Demekion got jumped?
I don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you?
Facts, not evidence.
The next question I think is gonna.
Sustained, but you can ask the next
All right.
question.
So you don't remember whether telling the police how you knew it was who
Objection, Your
shot?
Honor. Asked and answered, and it was just sustained the objection.
You
That
can lay
was-
the foundation.
That's what I'm attempting to do.
Overruled.
All right. So you don't remember telling the police how you knew it was who was shooting at Summer Nam?
No, I don't know.
Do you remember telling them that Summer saw the car that they were in?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what car they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember what car you believed they were in?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police it was a gray Charger?
I don't remember.
Do you know at this time who drives or who drove a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger during that time on April 28, 2015?
How can I tell them who driving if I wasn't
Yes
buying
or no?
seed?
Can you answer the question? Do you remember telling the police who drove a gray Charger
Objection 403.
on Judge, getting to how he knows who shot whom and why steps were taken afterwards, and the fact that it was an alleged If Gang and rival gang is very relevant and not cumulative.
Sustained, overruled.
Who is sustaining?
The speaking objection is sustained and the other one is overruled.
Okay, so you can answer. Do you remember telling the police who it was that drives a gray Charger on April 28, 2015?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy, Philo, and his name D, Philo's little brother, drove that car? Philo and D.
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that the gray Charger was Philo's little brother's car?
No.
Now, do you know a Denise Bell?
No.
Have you ever heard of Denise Bell as it relates to, are you typing something on the computer? Mr. Zachary?
Huh?
What you typing on the computer?
Oh, I don't know.
Leave
Judge?
the computer alone. Don't touch it.
At the time, did you know that Philo and D lived at 14, whether Philo and D, whether their family lived at 1428 Adele Drive?
I just told you I don't know them folks. I don't know where they stay.
So is that a no?
No.
Did you believe Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis?
No.
Did you tell the police that Philo and D were shooting at Summer and Tay and Alexis on April 28, 2015, while you were in that August 5th, 2015 interview?
No.
Was anyone else, as you sit here today, with Philo and D when they were shooting at Summer, Tay, and Alexis?
I never told you I saw who shot at no Summer and Lex.
Okay. Do you remember telling, after being asked, was anyone else with Philo and D, do you remember telling the police Stewie, the name Stewie,
No.
S-T-E-W-I-E?
No.
Do you remember telling them also a boy named Spaz, S-P-A-Z?
No.
Do you remember telling them that all four of them were in the car and then they shoot at them? All four being Philo, D, Stewie, and Spaz.
Make it make sense. If I didn't see the car, how can I know who shot at?
Help me make it make sense. Do you remember telling the police that?
I'm telling you, if you common sense, you'll see. If I didn't see the shooting, how can I say some name? That's just a lie. I don't remember.
Okay, we'll get to that. So that's a no, you don't remember telling the police that, right? Mr. Zachary?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Summer come home and wake you up after Philo, Stewie, Spaz, and D shot her up?
You keep saying them names. I don't know who shot at her.
Did you tell the police that Summer came and woke you up after that?
I don't know.
Did you call Moncton after getting a call from Summer about a shooting by those four guys?
You just said she came home. Now you
I'm
saying
asking
call.
you a different question. I didn't say anything. I'm asking. Did you call Moncton
I don't remember.
after getting a call about the shooting?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you called Moncton?
I don't remember.
Did Moncton want you to ride with him to the Adele Drive location?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moncton didn't want you to ride with them? They wanted you to ride, but didn't want you to ride.
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were seated in the car that you were in with Moncton?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were seated in the back seat after they asked you where you were seated? Do you remember telling the police you didn't have anything to do with the shooting?
I don't remember.
Or didn't have to do anything at the shooting?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury, please, Mr. Zachary, who was sitting where in the car you were in?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember who was driving?
I don't know.
Do you remember anything about, since you remembered it earlier, do you remember anything about the people, positions in the car that you said you were in the night Adele Avenue got shot up?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon's in the front?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Dee's on one side?
I don't
Right?
remember.
Do you remember pointing out to the police during that interview where Montun was driving?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that specifically Shannon was the front seat passenger? Huh? I didn't say the front seat.
Overruled.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was a front seat passenger?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
Who got charged with it?
Why are you asking that?
Cause it don't make sense. He was there. How come he didn't get charged with it?
Mr. Zachary, will you please answer the questions that I'm asking? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was the front seat passenger?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that Demikion was sitting behind Montun?
No.
Hypothetically, if you did tell the police that Montun was driving, how are you keeping Montun out of it? He said today that he was trying to keep Montun out of it.
Sustained.
Okay. How does telling the police that Montun was driving keep Montun out of the shooting?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
You got another one of these?
Nope. Do you not remember?
I don't know.
Okay. Who drove that, or who owned that orange other car, that orange or burgundy car that you now say you don't recall knowing about?
I ain't say I don't recall. I said I don't remember. It's different, I think. And I don't remember.
Okay, you said you don't know.
I said I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that that boy Traydon owns that car?
I don't remember.
Do you know what gang Traydon belongs to?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that he's supposed to be a blood, but like a regular gang, but you don't know exactly which blood, but they're supposed to be blood?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were Moontunk, Shannon, and Dee in the car all together when they came and picked you up?
Shannon was never in the car. I never saw Shannon that night.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk, when Moontunk came and picked you up, Moontunk, Shannon, and Dee were in the car?
I don't remember. But I know Shannon wasn't with him.
And after the people came and picked you up, where did you all go first?
My cousin's house.
Which one? On Landrum?
Yes.
Now, when did you all at some point go to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you go to Perry Homes last?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you went to Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Did you describe to the police going to the house on MLK?
I don't remember.
Are you not remembering because you see any people that you know out in the courtroom that you care about?
I just told you I can't see.
I understand, but you know who all's in this case, don't you?
No.
You haven't seen it?
Haven't seen what?
Anything about this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
So are you concerned about Being labeled a snitch?
I made it through prison being labeled that. I ain't scared of that. I ain't never PC, never got touched, none of that.
What is PC?
Protected custody, nigga ain't never laid no hand on me nowhere. I'm in prison.
Okay.
All different type of states, you know that.
Okay. So who got out of the car and who stayed in the car?
I did everything.
I think I asked you this, but have you ever worn dreads around April 2015?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police Shannon and Dee and Tay got out the car and Monktunk stayed in?
Shannon was never with us.
All right, listen to the question she's asking and answer that question. And then you can explain if you need to.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay got out of the car, and it's Tay?
No, Shannon was never with us.
I'm sorry.
No, Shannon was never with us.
I understand that's your testimony today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee and Tay, and by Dee I mean Demikion, and Tay got out of the car and Monktunk stayed in. Do you remember telling the police that?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and went and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
I understand. Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
I shot up the house.
All right, listen to the question and answer the question she's asking.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon and Dee got out of the car and shot up the house?
No, I don't remember. I shot up the house. That's all I remember.
Since you now say that Shannon wasn't there, do you recall what kind of gun you told police Shannon had?
No.
When he shot up the house?
He ain't had no gun. He went down.
Do you recall telling the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I'm the only one with a Draco.
Say the one?
I was the only one with that gun.
Okay.
That gun was in my name. How can somebody else have my gun?
Okay. So did you lie on Shannon?
Yeah, I told you that the other day.
Okay.
I lied on everybody.
So you told the police that Shannon had a Draco 7.62?
I don't remember. But I know that was my gun. So.
Did you know where the police or where that gun was on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did you know whose gun? You're now saying that it was your gun, but at the time you talked to the police, did you know whose gun it was?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun?
Shannon was never with us.
I hear you today. I'm asking you if you remember telling the police that Shannon already had the gun.
No.
Do you remember telling the police that it was a chopper?
A helicopter?
Is that the only thing you know is a chopper?
Yes.
You don't know about an AK-47 being called a chopper?
I think them called machine guns.
Okay. So if you hear yourself on a video calling it a chopper, would that help you remember?
It ain't gonna help me remember. They're gonna know that I lied.
Oh. So do you remember telling the police that that chopper was brown?
My gun. How can I said guns that I know was on the scene that I used?
How many guns can you shoot at one time? You personally?
2, 3, 2.
At one time?
2.
How do you hold a chopper? How do you hold a 7.62 and a 7.23 and shoot them both at the same time?
Easy.
How?
Easy.
Show the jury.
I ain't showing no jury that, man.
Your Honor, would the court please instruct the witness to show the jury?
You're saying you can do it, so show the jury how it would be done.
I don't know how to do it.
Do you recall telling the police that Tay had a 7.62?
Because I knew that I'm the only one had a 7.62. I knew that they know I had a 7.62 in my name.
Did your gun look like a big old deer gun?
remember.
Did you tell the police that Tay's gun looked like a big old deer gun?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did Demekion have?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you told the police about the gun Demekion
I
had?
don't remember.
Why don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you were trying to protect Monktoon, but did you tell the police that Demekion had Monktoon's gun?
I don't remember.
How would telling the police that Demekion had Monktoon's gun protect Monktoon?
I don't remember.
Was the gun Demekion had the same gun that you got caught with in May?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that the gun you got caught with in May belonged to Monktoon?
No.
Did you tell the police that on April 28, 2015, Demekion had that gun?
I don't remember.
How many guns had you bought by that time, by August 5th, 2015, from any kind of pawn shop?
I don't remember.
Had you bought any from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about buying 3 or 4 firearms?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Judge okay. Did Woody trick you out of those guns?
No.
Did you tell the police that Woody tricked you out of those guns?
I don't know.
Did the police show you yourself in Arrowhead Pawn Shop buying those guns?
I don't know.
Did Traydon shoot any guns?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
What now?
I don't know no Trey Dunn.
Did Tay shoot any guns?
One might have dealt with me.
What now?
He wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police, nah, Traydon did not shoot any guns because he was driving?
I don't know.
Did only you and the driver stay in the car?
I got out and shot.
Did you tell the police that you and the driver stayed in the car?
I don't know.
Now, where did you all park when y'all got to the house on Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you and Monktoon parked way back and Taynam got close to the house, like the front driveway or something? Do you recall whether they shot the house or whether they shot people?
Oh.
Do you remember saying last week that you saw people running into the house and you had followed the car?
I don't know.
Was it dark or light when you all got to the Adele house, Adele Drive house?
I don't know.
Did you all go to Perry Homes after Adele Drive?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the Adele Drive house that you all went to Perry Homes?
Say you never shot at no house. I don't remember nothing else.
Okay, did you tell the police that after Taynam shot at the house, y'all went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Now, did you know anybody that lived at Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you knew that Philo's girl lived at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
That Philo's baby mama lives at Perry Homes?
I don't remember nothing about no sucker.
What now?
I don't remember nothing about nobody but me.
Okay. And Moontoon, right?
I just know about me.
Okay. Did Tay know Philo, D, and Philo's child's mother from the West Side?
I can't tell you what nobody else know.
Did you tell police they knew them from the West Side?
I can't tell them what nobody know.
Did you tell them that Tay, Philo, and D that they had hung together?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
I'm sorry, what?
They let me tell them what somebody else know.
Are you asking or telling me?
Asking.
I can't answer questions, only you can. Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Tay, Philo, and D were beefing before?
I don't know.
Is Tay slime?
I don't know.
What is slime?
I don't know.
Did you know on August 5th, 2015?
I don't know.
Was Shannon 30 deep?
I don't know.
Was Demiki on 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police anything about 30 deep?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Tay was from Capitol Homes and you and Monkton grew up in Capitol Homes and that's how you all got together?
I don't know.
And that's how Tay was rolling with you, Shannon, and Monkton?
Objection 403.
Overruled.
Did you?
I don't know.
So you don't remember whether you told the police if Tay was originally from Capitol
I
Homes?
don't know.
Who is Big Boo, if you know?
I don't like talking about deceased people.
You don't like talking about what, sir?
Deceased people.
Deceased people? Okay. I'm not going to make you talk about him much, but do you know his real name?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Quinn Porter.
All right.
Quinn Porter.
Mr. Zachary, I'm going to need you. Yeah. And when you say he's deceased, just the year, when was he deceased?
What year?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I was locked up.
Okay. Now, did Tay used to hang with Big Boo?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell the police, Gaither and Dennis, on August 5th, 2015, that that's how you met Tay because Tay, all of you all used to hang with Boo?
You just said all of us grew up together and kept our home.
Did you tell the police that you all used to hang with Boo? You, Tay, Shannon?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go to get some bullets the night of April 28, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you had gone to get bullets before you went to Perry Homes?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you went to get bullets from someone that D knew on Cleveland, like at a trap spot?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking to police about what you did the night of April 28, 2015 regarding ammunition?
Objection asked and answered.
You sustained this objection about what they did and where they got the bullets from. So,
Sustained.
okay. That was funny to you. You chuckled. That was funny to you. You chuckled.
I ain't chuckling.
Okay. Now, what is a trap spot?
I think that's a restaurant.
You're saying a trap spot is a restaurant?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you all get bullets for the 7.62?
I don't know.
Did you have Mooktoon's gun the day you got caught at the BP because he needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Muntu needed your smaller gun to go over to a girl's house?
When I told them that some years later after I beat the case,
On August 5th, 2015, did you tell them that?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that it was a small little gun?
Who got caught with the gun?
Did you tell the police that it was a 40 Smith & Wesson
That's in my name, yes.
that was your gun that Muntu borrowed to go over to a girl's house?
I don't remember.
Did you buy that 40 Smith & Wesson a day or two before you got locked up?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police you did?
I don't remember.
When you all got to Perry Homes, who was it that got out and shot at that time?
I don't remember.
Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
Who?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Only person was there was me and Garland.
So is that a no?
I never saw Shannon that day or no Tay.
Would you answer whether that's a no? When I ask you, did Tay, D, and Shannon?
Keep trying to put people there who want
I'm trying to just ask you a question. Did Tay, D, and Shannon get out and shoot at Perry Homes?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police that Tay, D, and Shannon got out and shot at Perry Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how many guns you all had in total?
100.
All right. Did anybody else join you all other than the ones that either you talked about today or that you told the police were with you? Huh?
I don't understand that question.
Did a person named Lee ever join you all?
No.
Did you tell the police that a person named Lee joined you all?
No.
Did you tell the police, did a person named Lee got out and shot with a handgun?
I don't even know no damn Lee.
You don't know a handgun?
I don't know a Lee.
And do you remember telling the police that Lee was in the car with Tay and them because that was Tay's friend?
I don't know. Keep putting people there.
Did you get dropped off at Sylvan Road after all this happened?
I don't know.
Did you get dropped off at a Chevron by 166?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you got dropped off
I don't know.
on Sylvan Road at the Chevron by 166?
Objection. 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember who dropped you off
You did.
after all? Okay, I did.
Yeah.
Did you tell the police I did?
No, I ain't want them to know we were messing around.
Okay, you did. Okay. Now, did you tell the police that Summer's cousin dropped you all off at the house?
No.
Was Summer scared to go back to her house?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Your Honor, he explains what he did with Shannon.
Establish a basis and you can ask it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr.
Well, you're the one that just did it.
Stop talking back and forth to each other. You need to turn on your mic. Go ahead and ask the question if you can establish a foundation.
Did Did Summer have her own car when you got dropped off at the Chevron by 166?
Why you keep asking me about another female?
Just answer the question.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did Summer let her cousin keep her car?
I don't know.
Did Summer indicate that she was letting her cousin keep her car because she was scared to go back to the house?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you tell the police that Shannon and other people in the car with you were slime?
I ain't ever said nothing like that.
You never said anything like that?
No.
Okay, is Shannon slime?
No.
Was Moonton slime?
I don't know.
Why do you know Shannon wasn't, but you don't know if Moonton was?
Shannon ain't grow up with us.
What does that have to do with him being slime?
A lot.
Please tell us how. Your Honor, would the court please instruct me?
Answer the question.
I don't know, Your Honor.
So, who else was slime?
You?
Were you slime?
No.
What did you have to do to be slime?
I don't even know what the hell slime is.
Since you say you don't know what it is, did you know on August 5th, 2015 what slime is?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they call themselves slime because they be stealing stuff?
Who are they?
The people who call themselves slime.
I don't know who called themselves slime.
Okay. But did you tell the police, quote, they call themselves slime because they be stealing?
If I told them that means I had to know who was slime. I don't know who slime.
Would you just answer the question?
I don't remember when I was in prison. I fell and hit my head.
Okay. Did you tell the police being slime is like, you and me are cool, right? And you got a girl or something. And you leave out the room and I try and talk to her. I try and talk to your girl.
I said that.
Objection 403.
It's a description.
Overruled.
Did you describe that for the police?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police slime means there are no rules, basically?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, like, I slime that in is a proper way to use slime?
Answer the question.
I'm thinking, Your Honor. No.
Okay. Did you tell the police that if you were cool with someone, you could rob them and it would be like you just slimed them?
I don't know.
Does slime also mean that there is no loyalty?
I don't know.
Why were you ever slime is a better question.
I don't know what no slime is.
So then you should know whether or not you were ever slime.
No, I wasn't.
And why were you never slime?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they would never let you get in?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that it was also because your brother and Motu didn't really want you hanging around them like that?
See, there I go, trying to make Moonton look good again. I don't know.
Okay, so you did tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that, let me ask you this, do you have a brother named Tay?
Why you gonna speak on my brother?
The brother that hung with Motu,
My brother ain't no home on Moonton.
the brother that didn't want you hanging around Slime.
What the hell is Slime? Why you gonna keep talking about my brother? I just told you that.
Did Motu and your brother not want you hanging around Demikion and Wooby?
We're not gonna keep talking about my brother, my love.
Okay,
that's a sensitive spot for me. We're not gonna keep talking about my brother.
Did Motu not want you hanging around Demikion and Wooby?
That's just something I probably told them to make Moonton look good again.
So is that yes or no?
I don't know.
That's your opinion. Is that yes or no? Did Motu want you or not want you to hang around Demikion and Woody now?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Motu was Slime?
I don't know.
Do you know how or if 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue linked up? Do you need
No.
a break or anything?
No.
Okay. So do you know, or did you tell, first of all, do you know whether or not 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue ever linked up?
No.
Did you tell the police that you did?
Oh, that was something I read in a newspaper article.
What newspaper article?
I don't remember that jump years ago.
Did you, years ago, before August?
I read it in my discovery package too.
Okay. Did, whose discovery package?
I don't know, somebody I've locked up with.
All right. Did you tell the police that initially 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue didn't mess with one another? They didn't hang around one another.
I don't know.
And that they didn't start hanging with one another until Thug started pushing with Woody.
I don't know.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody kind of bring everybody together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did Thug's relationship with Woody bring you in closer to Slime?
I just told you I don't know no Slime here.
But you said you hung with him though, right?
When I said that?
Did you ever hang with him?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did you ever hang or tell the police that you hung with him?
I don't know what that is.
Did you tell the police that Thug starting to push it with Woody is what caused you to start hanging around Slime?
No.
Okay. Tell the jury how it is that you and Woody got close.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the only reason you and Woody got close is because you hung with Moontoon and Moontoon was hanging with Thug?
I don't know.
Now, do you remember telling the police, or had you all ever had a problem with Mechanicsville? And by you all, I mean Slime, YSL, any of the people that you said earlier you're close with. Had you all ever had a problem with Mechanicsville?
Who I said I was close with earlier?
Let's start with Slime. Did Slime ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
What is Slime?
Did YSL ever have a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police, we've never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
When have I ever told the police I was Slime?
Did you tell the police that we have never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
When have I ever said I was Slime?
I'm going to ask you that question in a moment. Did you ever say to the police, we have never had a problem with Mechanicsville?
I don't know.
Your Honor, at this point, there is a line of questioning that deals with the matter that was raised by one of the defendants earlier that
All
I
right,
need to
let's
approach.
take our lunch break and we can sort it out over lunch. So y'all be back here at 1:30, please. Mr. Zachary, you can step back and be back at 1:30 also. Thanks.
Hey, y'all, they keep taking my phone, man. They keep taking my phone.
We'll discuss that in just a second, okay? You can, hang on, just so we can discuss it. Do y'all have his phone with, is his phone around somewhere? You can let him use it in, as long as supervised, yes.
What
Okay,
you
now-
mean, long as supervised, Judge?
Somebody else is gonna be in the room with you.
What, I'm on a risk?
No,
So why, like, I pay that phone
you're
bill.
in the middle of testifying when, so those are gonna be the conditions, but you can use it.
I ain't never agreed to no conditions.
It doesn't really matter whether you agreed to it or not.
Yeah, I'll violate all my
All right,
rights.
you can step down, and you're welcome to use your phone in the presence of investigator right now. After you finish testifying, you'll have it back without any other conditions. All right, yes, ma'am, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, actually, Mr. Atkins just pointed out that the court had made a ruling on
Okay.
this portion. So my apologies for
All
stopping the
right,
question.
no problem,
Well-
and we needed to eat lunch anyway.
Well, can I ask
Yes.
what we're talking about? Because there are some issues in Mr. Mr. Zachary's prior statements,
Unresolved ones?
unresolved, that Your Honor said that the state was going to have to lay a
Oh,
foundation
yeah,
through Mr. Zachary. And I'm not talking about prior inconsistent statements. I'm talking about
Right,
subject
things,
matters.
yeah. Well, I mean, yes, if I said that, then yes, the
This wasn't one
foundation
of them,
needs to be
but
laid.
yeah, this wasn't one of them. And I have in front of me those.
Huh?
That wasn't one of them.
So, everybody's all good then?
I mean, the state is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, just, if there's no foundation laid for someone to have firsthand knowledge or admissible knowledge of something, that would mean the state and Ms. Love cannot get up there and start asking leading questions, didn't you say, didn't you say, didn't you say? Because that would defeat the whole purpose of us litigating it prior.
Do you understand what she means there, Ms. Love?
Judge, I'm very well aware of the rules of evidence, and I fully understand what Mr. Sharp is arguing, and I know what we can and cannot do, and I will follow the court's previous instructions and the rules of evidence.
Okay, so just so we're really clear, if there was something that you needed to lay a foundation for his knowledge of before he could testify about it, then you're going to have to establish he has a basis for knowing it before you ask him. Do you remember telling the police that?
Of course.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can you ask the state to direct me to where, that they had a good faith belief to ask the question to Mr. Zachary that he told the police the name Philip Collins I don't have that in my notes, and if it's in the transcript, I just missed it, or in the recording.
Judge, first I said Philo, and I asked him because everybody knows it's in all the information we've provided to the defense. And I think without looking back on prior testimony, at least one witness may have discussed the fact that Philip Collins was Philo, but I will confirm that. But Mr. Steele is very well aware that Philo is Philip Collins. That's in everything that we've given
That's
him.
not what he's saying.
The good faith basis
that Zachary told the police that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I can show it to him. I sure can.
Okay.
It is on page. Let me see. And I know that he may have probably just overlooked it. So it is on page. As I'm looking for the transcript portion, I can tell you that in the interview where right before they start talking about going over to Harry Holmes, the police asked Mr. Zachary, here it is, who drives the gray Charger? Backing up to somebody got shot that night. Mr. Zachary was asked by Gaither, do you remember what time they shot at him? She asked whether it was right after Demekion got jumped. And Gaither asked, how do you know it was these people? We're talking about the guys from If Gang, right? Mr. Zachary says, yeah, because she's seen what car they were in. Gaither asked, which car were they in? Mr. Zachary says, a gray Charger. Gaither asked, and these are some of the questions that they said, 403, irrelevant, and all that were sustained. Gaither asked, who drives a gray Charger? And Mr. Zachary said, that boy, Philo, and his name D, he drove Philo's little brother. He drove, D is Philo's little brother. He drove that car. And then Gaither says, Philo and D. And Gaither says, so Philo and D, they shoot at them. And Zachary says, yes. And that's when she asked him,
so is there a last name Collins in there anywhere? I think that's what he's asking.
So, Your Honor, what I said is something about Philo or Philip Collins. Philip Collins is Philo.
Okay, that's not in the conversation he had with the police. That's just you asking him, is it Philip Collins?
Yes, that's exactly right. And Your Honor, he asked what good faith basis I had for asking, and I'll tell you that when he said Philo and his little brother D, and we've heard testimony from one witness, I won't call it, she's a lay witness, who said that her sister's children were Darren and Philo or Philip Collins, and that Darren is younger than Philip Collins. They objected when I asked about the age. The court sustained that. But we will also hear testimony. I believe we've heard some.
So the question was, I think, or the objection or the request for clarification was where you have a good faith basis for asking if, or suggesting that he told the police Philip Collins.
That's not what he said. He said, did the state have a good faith basis for asking if he knew Philip Collins?
Okay, so they have a good faith basis for asking if he knew, and apparently it's not in the transcript that he ever used the last name.
Well, I'll find the exact quote over lunch, but this is why I'm objecting to the prosecutor suggesting things.
Well, she can ask. was it Philip Collins? And he can say, I don't know, because I don't know philo anyway,
I'll get
or
the
whatever
exact
he's
quote
going to say.
because I don't believe that's how it was framed, but I'll get the exact quote.
Okay, well, I don't think it's particularly material whether he used a last name or not in talking to the police, because he's essentially saying at this point, I don't remember anything, I don't know anything, I don't know those people.
Your Honor, I find it material that a lawyer would say, looking at a transcript, and say to a witness.
All right, just go back and look then at what it was that she said, and there's no point us talking about it if we don't know exactly what it is. Okay, anything else before lunch?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes. Just because we're talking about what the lawyer did and not the evidence is, I want to say that I didn't just look at a transcript. I listened to the interview a lot.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll see everybody back at 1:30.
Okay, guys. So I was just in the courtroom. I went and sat in there, see what was going on. I handled my matters and went to sit in there. And child, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. See. Did we find out if yes? Okay, hold on. Let me get this going for y'all.
Would make an indictment or make modifications to the indictment so that the indictment was proper for trial, and that it gives rid of a couple counts that
Okay, guys, I got Dolph trial on while we are on lunch, as promised.
we don't have count one and then count four, but rather one, two, and three. The three charges that will be on trial are conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is count one of this indictment, murder in the first degree, which is count two of the indictment, and convicted felon possession of a firearm, which is count three of the indictment. Counts one and two have not been altered, but count three, the state and the defense have met, and we will have a stipulation during the trial that Mr. Johnson is a convicted felon. We're going to withhold from the jury the offense for which he was convicted. So instead, count three will read that he's been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under TCA 3917 1307B1A. And it does not say the title of the offense, which is aggravated assault. Through this stipulation is consistent with case law. Mr. Evans and Mr. Johnson are going to sign that during the trial. So we have sanitized the indictment, I guess is the proper terms for that. Yes, and I think the court has a copy of the sanitized indictment.
And yeah, that I do.
Very good.
Do you have the stipulation already typed?
We do. We have it typed, and Mr. Evans has reviewed it. I think he just needs to get his client to review it with him.
That's correct.
Fine. And at some point, we'll make that an exhibit.
The second thing, obviously, there's cameras and media in the courtroom. There are also incredibly heightened security risk, security concerns during this trial, both inside this courtroom and outside this courtroom. This is one violent act in a series of violent acts that have occurred in this case or around this case. There's witnesses that have true security concerns now and going forward after this trial. And there's also family members who have certain privacy rights and security concerns as well. I've been asked by several of the witnesses and by several of the family members, or maybe all of the family members, that I request from the court that the media not be allowed to film their faces during this trial or on their way in and out of the courtroom. This is a request that other judges in this building have granted numerous times when there's security implications like this, and that's what I would ask for, Your Honor. When they testify, it's customary in those circumstances that basically they film the feet of the witness, but obviously the audio and everything public. But I'd make that request with regard to several of these witnesses and all the family members coming in and out of the courtroom.
So let me make sure I'm clear about your request. That media not be allowed to film family members' faces or witnesses' faces, or both?
Yes, and that. Not be able to film family member faces as they come in and out of this courtroom.
Okay.
But they not be allowed to film the two family members that will be the first two witnesses, their faces.
Okay.
And then going forward, maybe before we call a witness in which there's a particular security concern, we can address Your Honor as to whether or not they're able to film the faces of those particular witnesses.
Mr. Evans, any objection?
I have no objection to that, so long as the defense would be extended the same courtesy if there was a particular witness that we needed to call for that concern.
All right.
The final thing is we'll put on the record now.
Let me address before we go further. You want to step aside so I can speak to Dean, my cameraman back there. Dean, so I'm going to grant the state's request that the family members, and whom you're going to know, because they'll probably be brought in very shortly together, that their faces not be filmed as they come in and out of court, okay? Or that their faces not be filmed. I'm going to, this is a security risk. This is a high security issue in trial that we're trying here this week. So for the safety of the families, I'm going to order that you not film their faces. The first two witnesses the state has informed me will be family members. The court has no problem with filming chest down, feet, but not their faces. You understand?
I understand.
Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
As long as we can do our due diligence. I mean, actually, because I know nothing of this case, I know nothing of anything here. I'm from out of state.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that I do what you tell me. So I have no problem to say.
The public information person, Ms. Whitaker, will let you know.
Okay.
This is going to be her job for right now.
Okay.
So let you know when family members are coming in, for you not to film those faces. And I'm telling you now, the first two witnesses, you won't be filming their faces.
Gotcha.
All right. From that point, then the state's going to let you know, or let me know to let you know, who, or the defense, about with the faces that don't need to be shown. Okay?
Can we move her down there?
She got a job. All right. What's the third one?
just go ahead and tender to the court so Your Honor can go ahead and sign it. There's a stipulation with regard to the first witness, the corpus witness.
Yes, sir.
That Mr. Evans and I have already signed and got tendered to you.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the corpus witness will be testifying, but won't be showing photos.
The corpus witness will be testifying, but will not show any autopsy photos of the corpus witness.
So this is a stipulation of fact. I shall read it into the record right now. You have an objection to that?
No objection.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee,
K
represented
Bears,
by
this
Paul
is the
Hagerman
first
and Iris
day.
Williams, and the
This is
defendant
day
Justin
1.
Johnson, represented by Luke Evans,
These are preliminary matters of
respectfully
Young Dolph's
agree to
trial.
the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thornton Jr. He was a living person who is now deceased. Adolph Thornton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These are facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It's so stipulated and approved by the court.
I'll grab that from your clerk.
Right, let her.
First witness. And then the final
And at some
thing.
point you can read that to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do it with the corpus witness, who will be our first witness.
Okay.
So Ms. Williams can get that from your clerk here in a second. The final thing, this is Mr. Evans and I have both worked hard and had numerous meetings with each other in an attempt to sort of go ahead and address and with regard to pre-trial, many of pre-trial sort of matters. So let me put one thing on the record to sort of allay any concerns Mr. Evans may have, but also give the court the heads up. And it may be that with a couple of these witnesses, before they actually testify, we may need to have the jury out so your honor can admonish the witnesses with regard to one thing. There are other acts of violence. I think I mentioned other acts of violence that are related to this case that at least two of the prospective witnesses are aware of or present for, and these are acts of violence in which Mr. Johnson also personally engaged. Whether or not those are relevant to this case, it's the state's intention not to put on evidence or elicit testimony with regard to these other acts in this trial. And that's something Mr. Evans and I have talked about sort of at length, and we've come to sort of that understanding with each other. And so before that particular witness testifies, I think it'd be smart to have the jury out and just instruct the witness again that we're not going to talk about those other crimes. Obviously, that's for
Chelsea,
our
YSL did not go on
direct.
trial. They all took pleas. Everyone took a plea.
Where cross-examination goes or whatever is, a different story. But I want to lay any concerns. I won't be talking about other crimes or other acts of violence in my opening or anything like that. Our plan is to proceed, on this act.
Anything else to add to that, Mr. Evans?
So the only thing I would add, Your Honor, is obviously Mr. Johnson in no way concedes that he committed any of the other acts, but other than that, what Mr. Hagerman has said is accurate, and we've met and had an understanding about that.
Thank you. We probably need to make that stipulation and exhibit.
We can,
you want to do that now, or you want to wait?
Well, we can do it with the witness on stand, Judge. John wants to.
Anything else?
Judge, I just have one issue to bring to the court's attention. When we were doing jury selection, I made a motion to allow Mr. Johnson to sit at counsel table based on on his right to a fair trial and to assistance of counsel. Your Honor denied that motion initially. I'm renewing that same motion today so that he be allowed to sit at counsel table and assist us during the trial. And one case in point is, as Your Honor remembers, one of the jurors that we voir dire gave his impressions, and we voir dire on it somewhat, about getting the sense if somebody wasn't engaged in with the lawyers, that would give him a sense that they didn't really care about their case. Although other jurors didn't state that on the record, that is the concern for prejudice Mr. Johnson and his right to a fair trial. Also, his ability to converse with us, be at table, be able to view things without us having to turn around when the trial's going on, is paramount to him being able to fully exercise his right to counsel.
During jury selection, I specifically remember you asking a particular juror, was her thoughts about the defendant and what he may or may have not done in the past affected by the fact that he wasn't sitting at counsel table. And she specifically said no, that didn't have anything to do with why she felt the way she felt. That juror was stricken, but you had the ability at that time, as you needed, to ask how people thought about that. So I'm going to continue to deny that request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And before we get started, juror number 4 was a no-show, and so she has been excused. Anything else? We will move. Okay, there's no chair. Anything else we need to take up before we bring this juror in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hagerman, you want to bring the family in before the jury comes in? You want to bring the family in?
Yes, Your Honor.
You see them, but they I'm deceived. You ready? And you take down there. So I forgot we were gonna have still cameras in the back. They need to know the same thing about taking pictures, right? Photographers, we're not taking facial photos of any member of the family. We're also not taking facial photos of the first two witnesses, okay? Feet, sit down, but no facial photos. There may be more witnesses to come that you'll have to do the same thing for, but we'll let you know as they come. that a shutter lens on here? Huh? That, you don't need that shutter lens? Is that what that is?
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury's not getting into the courtroom.
You can remain standing. You raise your right hand. When I finish, you would just all say, I will. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Justin Johnson, upon a true bill of indictment, charging him with the offenses of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, a true deliverance make, and a true verdict render, according to the law and evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and the judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to all the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement if he so chooses. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After the state's rebuttal, the defense may put on further proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and the defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After you hear my instructions, I will excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you will arrive at your verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or an attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject matter whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway, on an elevator, or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is to not say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. I do not know if there will be any media reports in the newspaper, on television, on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to any reports. You as jurors must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness may give. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular response that was made or statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of these things in the morning before we get started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they save time for us all. If after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the indictment.
Indictment 22-04769, State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson. It's an indictment in 3 counts. Count 1 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 2 is murder first degree. And count 3 is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. This is count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee Criminal Court, Shelby County, September term of 2022, count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, between June the 1st of 2021 and March the 1st of 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202, against the person of Adolph Thornton, Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense. The said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the said offense. In furtherance of said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act, to wit, Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. Jamarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's, hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. Aided communication between Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. All of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-12-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 2, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee. Upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, again, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 3, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly possess a firearm, having been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-1307B1A on May the 2nd, 2017, in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County, Tennessee, under docket number W17000355, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-1307 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Going in reverse order, that third count was convicted felon in possession of a firearm. That second count was murder in the first degree. And that first count, long one, was conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. It's signed by the foreperson of the grand jury, a true bill having been returned on November the 10th of 2022.
Mr. Justin Johnson, how do you plead?
Mr. Johnson, please not guilty.
Thank you. Okay.
And welcome to Memphis. Two things first. I told you last week, there's going to be cameras, there's going to be TV cameras. You hear them clicking, you know right now. When you stood up to take the oath, you probably heard them clicking too. But like we told you last week, and what the judge has instructed each and every one of them, is they cannot film y'all at all. When those cameras were clicking when you stood up to take the oath, they were taking pictures of the judge. As I'm talking to you now, they're taking pictures of me, but not y'all at all. Not at all. Second thing, like I told you last week, we don't have the big windows looking out into the city. We don't have the fancy wood benches in the back. Our room is a third of the size of what we were in last week. That wood behind you, probably not even wood. We got a lot of carpet. We got a lot of carpet. But in Memphis talk, we still call this a courtroom. And in this courtroom, the words we talked about last week, presumption of innocence, elements, cases, charges, criminal responsibility, they're not just words. They're the law, and we take an oath to take them seriously and to follow, even without the fancy wood benches or the big windows. We call this a courtroom. And in here, our job is to apply the law to the facts and to do what's right. Welcome to Memphis. Welcome to Memphis, November the 17th of 2021, in the middle of the afternoon, just after noon, about 12:20, 12:21, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon. Yes, sir. You can stop there. Can everybody see it? Yes, sir. This is Memphis, Tennessee. This neighborhood is close to the airport. It's called Orange Mound. It is a historic neighborhood in Memphis. One of the first predominantly black neighborhoods that had so much history, so much art and culture, and of such significance that it used to be compared to Harlem in New York City. There was a time when it was particularly vibrant, at a theater, arts. It's an important neighborhood in Memphis. It is less than 15 minutes from this building. Like I said, it's by the airport. In the 80s and 90s, it became riddled with crime, with drugs, with poverty, with gangs. It is trying hard nowadays to make a resurgence, to go back to what it was. There are families that have lived there for decades, generations. There are businesses and other things that have been there for decades. What we're looking at here is one of those Memphis businesses, a family business. This is the storefront of Makita's Cookies. This is the front of the store. This is its parking lot in front of it. Makita's Cookies. They sell butter cookies, basically. Some have icing on them. This is simple butter cookie. People say they're real good. In Memphis, they say they're fire. So we got a cookie store that sells fire butter cookies in the middle of the day at 12:21 in the afternoon.
Mr. Haggerty, you're standing in front of them.
Thank you, Judge. You can stop it here first. All right. So in 2021, people thought that was like a Lamborghini or something because they hadn't seen the new Corvettes yet, really. They weren't around. That is in fact one of those new Corvettes. It has a special wrap on it, is what they call that. It's not something you can buy, from the dealership. You have to get that done yourself. Well, here that's a special wrap that the Memphis rapper artist, Young Dolph, had on several of his vehicles.
If it survives it or he has another crisis. But if that
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself. There's no point doing it twice.
Good morning,
just
everybody.
to see how, okay, and see what his testimony would be, because he's indicated
That's not how trials
because
work.
he's real sick, and if we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from a jury. But I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along.
Okay.
So you just keep me. I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I know
Yes.
that Mr. Shive's concern stated to the court has been his client going back to the jail, and I know that has been the concern that Mr. Shive has expressed to the hospital personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail if we.
All right. And I thought y'all were going to work something. Well, I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens? I thought the two of you were going to work out some kind of other arrangement where he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether he's going to appear voluntarily or not, but not in the jail.
That has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he can go back to his house. You want to put a GPS monitor?
He would not be at his house. He would be. We would still have to keep him in custody somewhere outside of a jail. I suppose we could work on that and talk about that later. Because
I don't know about working on it and talking about it later, because it sounds like whatever this is a fluid situation, and the kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's going to occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked.
It's a 2008 Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case, and it is at Penn Site 320. So it's on the 17th of the 23 pages that I gave to the court. Sure can, and Your Honor, if I may provide to Mr.
You may.
All right. Page 17 of 23, at the bottom, and I don't want to go into all the court can see the other portion, but the district court's decision to exclude other crimes evidence, and this is not an other crimes evidence situation, but was grounded in the court's concern about the length of time it would take to present the evidence. And of course, the Court of Appeals said that the district court is, of course, vested with authority, broad authority to control the manner of trial and presentation of the evidence. Nevertheless, the subject to the district court's reasonable management of cases brought to the court for trial, the government too has a broad discretion to prosecute crimes. Although we sympathize with the district court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we agree with the government that the district court excluded the other crimes evidence without sufficiently considering the importance of the evidence to the government's case.
Slow down just a tad.
My apologies. While the government could easily prove the fraud and identity theft charges against Siegel without the other crimes evidence, the 1512A1 Charlie charge, as we have previously discussed, requires the government to prove that Siegel killed Watkins for the purpose of preventing Watkins or others from giving law enforcement officials information about the crimes she had committed. It goes on to talk about how intent is a difficult element to prove, but other crimes evidence is highly probative of his intent. And the district court in that case, unlike in this case, completely unlike in this case, excluded the evidence in its entirety, whether there was other evidence that could establish the elements necessary to prove it. So also, as it flows down into the next few sections, it talks about, down in section 5, to summarize, we conclude we've got jurisdiction over appeal. They found that the information was admissible, and they concluded that the court had erred by striking down all of the evidence. That is not what this court is doing, but the reason that I'm bringing this case before the court is mainly that the objection is being made that the evidence the state is presenting is either a waste of time or there's no relevance. There are 403 objections being made as we go through portions of the transcript. Before I get into tying that with the legal argument, I'd ask the court to look at as well United States versus Johnson, 89 F 4th 997 at 103 and 104. So it's page 9 of 15. And just briefly, in this particular case, the court decided that certain information was excluded, ruling that it had some probative value, but that ultimately they excluded it. The portion that I think is important is that at Penn site 103 going into 104, in denying the state's motion for reconsideration, the district court, or in denying, yes, the district court explained that the evidence was not central to the government's case, that the government had ample other evidence to prove possession, and it would be so highly prejudicial it couldn't be mitigated by its proposed limits. Again, this is not the grounds that the court has made any ruling on. But as to the limits on other evidence, which the courts address on page 10 of 15, it says that it is true that the probative value of evidence is relative. The probative value of a single piece of evidence may decrease with every additional piece of evidence a party introduces to prove the same point. At the same time, the prosecution, with its burden of persuasion, needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. The prosecution is not limited to providing bare bones proof of the elements of the crime, and the court is not telling us that that is what we have to do. So I don't want to confuse anybody, and certainly not the record, and suggest that. It is entitled to tell a colorful story with descriptive richness. Here, the government should not be required to sanitize its description of the firearm when the details are probative of possession. This is true even when other evidence relevant to possession is available to the government. And then it goes on to talk about Rule 403 and how they analyze it. And it talks about that a district court, how it can abuse its discretion when it so strictly or narrowly narrows the evidence that a litigant is essentially prevented from presenting his or her case. I'm not saying that the court is presenting us from limiting our whole case. What I'm saying is the previous paragraph is most pertinent, Your Honor, in that we have the burden of persuasion, which needs evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. Of course, the information that we're eliciting from this witness is something that no one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is going to want the jury to hear from this witness. I don't believe that it is sincerely perceived as a waste of time when the jury has seen this witness and his demeanor, and they're going to have to weigh what this witness is saying today versus what they said at the time that they gave the police statement versus what he claims are his explanations for the differences. The court's going to give the jury the instructions at the end. There are nuances in this case. For instance, as I was listening back to Antonio Sledge's testimony, when my colleague across the aisle said that we had no good faith basis with respect to asking the witness whether he knew Philip Collins. Mm-hmm. In Mr. Sledge's, I think, factual acknowledgments, it flat out says that Philip Collins, I think, is Darren Mills's older brother. I think we say something like that. I went back and looked at some of the transcripts from the previous days in court, and I will get that to the court and to counsel as well. But there are nuances that go into the state proving that we need to show to meet our burden of persuasion, and that provides evidentiary depth to tell a continuous story. So when we are talking to this witness and asking certain questions, and I'll go back to asking one of the witnesses the age differences between two of her nephews, and there was a relevance objection as to the age of Darren Mills and the age of Philip Collins. And the witness testified that which one was older and which one was the oldest brother. So throughout this trial, the state is presenting evidence in the form of building blocks. There will be no, in a case this massive, one bullet that takes out everything. And by limiting the state, improving its case in the way that the state sees fit, the defense essentially seeks to sanitize our case and to prevent us from presenting and using the evidentiary depth at our disposal through our evidence to provide and tell a continuous story through each witness, which the defense has every right to come in and attempt to tear down, but which the state nor the people that the state is speaking on behalf of should be disadvantaged as a result of not being able to present. All right. I appreciate the court allowing me to share that with the court. And we also found the point where my colleague across the aisle said that if we call...
What exactly was said?
If you want to play it out loud, you going to pull it up? Pull it up for me. If we call Detective Gaither to the stand to play this, I will object. That's part of it. That's all that's written here. But I'm going to listen to all of it, where he says, if we are having him come here and say, I don't recall to everything, which we didn't expect him to do, Mr. Zachary, that is, that he would object to us.
Okay, that doesn't mean it would be sustained. I thought you were talking about the part that that Mr. Steele had raised about the Phillips last name. Did anybody find that and see exactly what that question was?
Oh, yes. So I didn't find the exact. So we're looking for the exact objection.
Okay, not the objection. Mr. Steele, Mr. Steele? What was your objection to?
That we did not have a.
Okay, my objection is the question was put to Mr. Zachary by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Zachary tell the police that this person's name is Philip Collins?
Okay, that's what I thought.
Your Honor, what I remember him saying was we didn't have a good faith basis for asking if he told the police that his name was Philip Collins. Right. What I said was, did you tell the police that his name was Philo or Philip Collins? I used Philo first, and then I said, or Philip Collins. And when he says that I don't have a good faith basis.
I know you have a good faith basis for thinking Philip's last name is Collins. Do you have a good faith basis for suggesting that he ever told the police that Philo was Philip Collins? Just, did he ever mention the last name to the police?
Your Honor, in listening back to it, something so specific as did he mention the last name? I had a good faith basis because when the police are talking about Philip Collins and they name names and he's agreeing.
Did they say Philip Collins?
The name Philip Collins, I believe, was raised in the transcript, not the transcript, but the recording in the interview. I'll go back and find that as well.
If it was, fine.
But throughout, I did have a good faith basis, just like when I asked someone if they know Antonio Sledge when they call them Muntu.
Okay.
I apologize. It's like children. That's how I feel. I'm like a child, but that didn't happen. It's not in the transcript. It's not in the recording.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that it is really not the be-all, end-all of this case, whether the last name Collins is in the transcript. So let's move on from that. And Ms. Lev, I appreciate the case law. And you are right that I am not excluding, evidence in its entirety. What I am trying to accomplish is for you to ask the questions about the things that are material, not every line or every other line, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not all of the minutia of what is in this statement, like how far away they parked when whomever did the shooting. I mean, does that really matter?
There's a reason that I asked that question. When there's a witness who talked about them parking at the stop sign. He may not have seen the other car, but this witness has testified that it was only him and one person who followed a car and shot at people. Yep. So the fact that there is a witness who testifies that there was a car that stopped up the street at the stop sign, and we have this witness telling police in August 2015 that they stopped kind of far back, and that the other car stopped in front of the house and shot. We believe that those details matter, and they provide what the court called, I think, evidentiary depth, and that the jury can look at what other witnesses unconnected with this witness say and decide which version of the statements that this witness has given is true and why.
So then you can just say, did you park really far away? And then he can say no. And then you can impeach with the statement. It's all that needs to happen.
Judge, I understand, but respectfully, we can't tell the defense how to ask questions, Your Honor, and I appreciate the court's suggestions regarding how more succinctly to ask the questions, but I don't ask the questions that I ask for no reason. I certainly don't ask them for the purposes of delay.
I know it's not for the purpose of delay. I think it must be because you think every tiny little detail is crucial to your case, and that's why you're asking every tiny little detail.
I don't think every tiny little detail for sure, but I do think that details matter. And
I know that you think that details matter.
And
all right, well, it's been 20 minutes that we've been on this one topic. Maybe we'll just cut our lunches down to 35 minutes from now on, since we have to hold the jury so far past when we're supposed to be picking back up. So please take it into consideration, but I mean, I don't know if you're going to do that or not. I don't know if I'm like even getting the concept through to you.
Your Honor, of course.
Okay, good. Let's get the witness back in and then the jury.
Call her incompetent.
I'd love that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. And welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury if you know of a place that you refer to as the gambling house or the dugout?
I don't know.
Sir?
I don't know.
I need you to speak into the microphone.
I don't know.
When you say you don't remember, are you speaking of the gambling house or the dugout or both or something else?
Both.
Do you recall whether you knew of a place called the Gambling House on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. What about the dugout? At one point, did you believe that, first of all, Kelvin Watts, what name do you call him?
I don't know no Kevin Watts.
You don't know him at all?
I don't know.
Do you know a person that you refer to as Kel?
I don't know.
Do you remember speaking about a person that you called Kel with investigators Gaither and Dennis on August 5th, 2015?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis about the gambling house being shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling or talking to the detectives in August 2015 about the dugout getting shot up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you were at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that Thug was at the gambling house or dugout at the time that people started shooting at it?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Dennis asking you when that had occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that it occurred either in November or December of 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall then remembering that it occurred around December 2014?
I don't remember.
Do you recall, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams' car or vehicle was at the dugout on the date that the shootout occurred?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that during the shootout, sorry, Judge, that during the shootout, Thug's window was shot out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Thug said, nah, I ain't cool with them niggas so they pay for my window?
I don't remember.
Now, do you know whether or not Woody and Kel had anything personal going on?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling the police that Woody and Kel did?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them your surmising that they were trying to show who had more girls, more money, or which one of them had more money?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
How often did you go to Crucial?
I don't remember.
Were you ever at Crucial when Kel was at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go to Crucial with Thug?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether Thug gave you or any of your friends money to throw around at Crucial?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Gaither and Dennis in August 2015 that Thug would come into Crucial, give them money and stuff to throw, and Kel didn't want him to do that?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this goes directly to other matters that we have shown and intend to prove or show at trial. We would ask that the court allow the state to present this
I
evidence
object to the speaking.
to the jury.
Sustained.
Okay. What does it mean if someone isn't clicked with someone else?
What is a clip?
Yeah, you tell me what it is.
I don't know.
Did you talk about Thug being clicked with anyone?
What is a clip?
I would ask you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall talking with the police about how many times shots have been fired at the gambling house?
I don't remember.
Was the gambling house shot at like 200 times in your estimation?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling the police that the gambling house was shot at like 200 times?
Objection 403.
Sustained.
What is MDC?
At any time did you y'all, I had to take a break from Miss Love Voice. I'm sorry. I'm here though. I'm with y'all. Thank y'all for.
Did you ever tell the police that you believe that MDC had shot at the gambling
Objection
house?
403.
Your Honor, when the court ruled, do you recall people posting videos and pictures on Instagram after the shooting?
I don't know.
403 is a objection of pretty much when it got shot at. Keep saying the same thing over and over.
Did you have a gun at the gambling house?
Thanks, Oak Cliff. I love y'all. Y'all holding it down today.
At the time that the shooting occurred at the gambling house, did everyone with a gun run out and start shooting?
It seemed like I haven't missed nothing but a whole bunch of I don't know. I'm sitting outside. I'm not going back in the courtroom. I can't take no more today, y'all.
Run out because you didn't have a gun.
I don't know.
Like the lives.
Do you know whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted anyone about his window getting shot out?
I don't know.
Do you recall whether or not Jeffrey Williams confronted Kel about his window getting shot out?
I don't know.
Have you ever been shot before?
That's the answer. I don't remember. It's wild.
You don't know whether you've been shot before?
Objection.
Thank you, Sylvester. Thank you.
Do you remember having seen? We're going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 424 Yankee. If you look at that and tell me whether or not that's the dugout or a place you remember being at and gambling.
You can bring closer. I can't see that far. I don't remember.
Derek, we watch Dolph on lunch, and I'll play Dolph some more after court is over today.
Yes.
Do you see the date that picture was posted?
No.
Could you zoom in at the bottom? No, she doesn't. Thank you. Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember being at that location with the people depicted in that photograph prior to November? Bring that date in again. 7, 2014.
I don't know.
Who else in that picture with you?
I just know Mr. Sledge.
You only know Mr. Sledge?
Yeah.
What are y'all sitting on?
Like a pool table.
How many places have you been at with Mr. Sledge with the pool table?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm trying to establish where this is. You have no frame of reference to tell where this is?
No.
Do you know more than one location that you've been at with the pool table?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Was your sister dating Moulton?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your sister was dating Moulton?
Objection 403.
Your Honor, this is not 403. I may ask to approach if I may.
You may.
Okay, y'all, while we got this bench conference, I'm gonna let y'all say hi to Miss Tasha. We sitting in here eating lunch.
What's up? What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all, watch the Big Bird on TV now. Watch the Big Bird. Do too much.
Thank y'all for showing Miss Tasha love.
No, y'all tired, huh? No, y'all tired. So, that's y'all hard.
Oh, and 403 pretty much means cumulative, which means, the same thing over and over. Y'all keep talking about 403. That's what that is. I'll put the case law up later on. Everybody still saying hey to Miss Tasha.
Come on here, let me see. Come on, back up.
The phone gonna die.
Okay.
They say we're gonna be watching this till 2036.
It's gonna be more like 2050. 2050 the way she going. That man gonna be up here for 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks, bro. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. We have Woody for
Happy Monday, y'all. And how y'all doing? Love, peace, and happiness. Stay positive. Positive energy, positive thoughts. Stay kind to each other.
Shout out to Miss Tasha, who never. Y'all, Miss Tasha do not miss a court date.
No, I don't.
That's
Oh, child.
barely, unless she go to home. If she go on vacation, but other than that,
Y'all know I'm always here. Know what I'm saying? Gonna be here. I told y'all to come a long time ago. I don't know why you're dragging your foot. So y'all can get the energy in the courtroom. See, the chat is cool.
yeah,
See, Kayla chat is cool. I support her chat. I support her. But coming in and getting a feel of the energy and seeing the lawyers, the defendants,
yes,
the DA, the judge, the media, it's a different feel. The energy is different. When you're on the chat, you see what's going on in the courtroom, but
but you don't feel the
you don't
energy,
feel
the
the
vibe,
energy, the vibe, the face expression,
the
body
arguing,
language, the arguing, the pettiness.
the everything.
You don't see Big Bird in action.
You can't see, like when you in the courtroom, you can see everybody.
You can see the witnesses come in. You can see everything.
Yeah.
You see everything, the whole courtroom. So I would tell you all,
They say freedom guys except Lil Rod.
come on in and get the energy if you can and fill the courtroom. Okay? So y'all have a blessed day. I'm finna go back in this courtroom and do what I do. Number one thing, keep God first. I'm a mom second, and I don't play third. Peace.
Gotta love Miss Tasha.
That's my mom. That's my mom. I'm gonna be doing what Doug's saying. Objection. You know what I'm saying? 403, 402, 401. No, Kayla know these law because she a lawyer, but I feel like I'm a lawyer, a mini lawyer in the process. All that sustained, overruled. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, I understand y'all pain. Y'all can't come and see that because it's heartening. I'm in the break room and I haven't even been back in the courtroom.
Me either.
Because
We can't sit
we know what we're gonna be dealing with. So we'll just chat. Look at it on the chat. You feel me? But in the meantime, again, y'all keep supporting these boys, the YSL six. Keep supporting them. All blessings and peace and prosperity.
Lisa say in that order. Hey, we're back.
Mr. Zachary, are you going to remember anything that I asked you today?
No.
Judge, I asked the court's permission to treat Mr. Zachary as a household.
I told you I fell and hit my head.
Thank you.
Would you please use the microphone, Ms. Love? Thank you.
And if you want to move that other mic closer to him.
Okay, which one?
The one he's using. that moves.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Zachary, isn't it true that initially you and your friends thought that MDC shot up the dugout, which you also call the gambling house?
Objection to speculation as to what his friends thought.
Your Honor,
As to that, sustained.
isn't it true that you thought that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that you discussed amongst your friends the belief that MDC shot up the dugout or the gambling house initially in December 2014?
Who was my friends?
Partially Thug, Montunk, Shannon.
I ever told y'all
Objection
that my
as
friends?
to hearsay as to what his friends may have discussed with him.
Isn't it true that you and your friends later learned that Kel had told Gucci Red that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Objection as to speculation as to what his friends learned.
Sustained unless there's a basis you can establish.
Sure. Did you?
This is one of those matters. It's not specifically the one I was referring to, but this is one of those matters that pre-trial we discussed and foundations would have to be laid.
Your Honor, I actually will rephrase that question. And I'll.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't believe your microphone is on. Thank you.
And Your Honor,
Now she want to rephrase the question.
while Mr. Sharp is correct, I believe that this has already been litigated and the court did make a ruling in our favor with respect to this information. I'll point the court's attention to number 5 on the sheet. From the August 2015 interview. Yep, you can ask about it. Thank you. Isn't it true that you and the friends that I mentioned to the jury later believed that If Gang shot up the dugout?
Who was my friends? I don't got no friends.
You, Thug, Shannon, at the very least.
I can't speak for nobody else think.
Isn't it true that Kel told Gucci Red, who was Thug's child's mother, that If Gang did the shooting?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
Seems like our day is going to consist of one
It's game day at Raising Cane's. We've got tailgates of hand-battered
The witness back, please.
Thank you. I want to make, yep, there it's working. Mr. Zachary, at some point, you and Thug and Moontunk and the friends who were at the gambling house with you when it was shot up came to believe that If Gang and not MDC shot up the gambling house. Is that right?
I don't know what nobody
Objection
came.
is the speculation as to what others believed.
You all,
Sustained on that.
you all discussed the fact that MDC wasn't the person or group that shot up the gambling house, but rather If Gang was, specifically Kel or Shell Kel.
Objection as to hearsay as to what others may have discussed.
Effect on the listener and the belief that Kelvin Watts and If Gang shot it up.
I mean, overruled.
Okay.
Who was you all?
You, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sledge, and the people who were inside the dugout with you who ran outside with guns shooting back.
I don't know what nobody else thought. I can't tell you what they thought.
I didn't. I changed that question to you all discussing that
I don't
fact.
remember
Do you
discussing
remember?
nothing like that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that your sister was dating Moontunk?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red had a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Gucci Red told your sister
I don't remember
something that Kelvin Watts had told her?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling the police that Kelvin Watts, during pillow talk, admitted shooting up the gambling house?
Objection 403 as well as hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember telling police that Monktunk told Woody and Thug that it was Kel who shot out Thug's window?
I don't remember.
Did YSL and If Gang, from that point on, not talk to one another?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police from the time that the dugout was shot up in December, you said to them, after being asked, y'all just don't talk to each other from that point on, right? You said, yeah. Do you remember saying that?
No.
And Detective Gaither said, meaning YSL and If Gang. Do you remember her saying that?
No.
And then you said they ain't really mess with each other. It was already tension in the air, but they waited until...
Objection 403.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that there was already tension in the air between YSL and If Gang?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Okay. Now, you...
Could you please stop playing with the microphone?
I got no control over what I do.
You asked the police about if they knew Yak, who is with Thug, who
Excuse
hangs
me?
with Thug.
Why is the police standing right here like he? I don't know. I feel scared.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, so you'll be okay.
Do you recall telling the police about helping Yak after he had gotten into it with MDC, helping him out in a fight at the club?
Objection 403.
This is ruled in.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
And MDC is from Bankhead, correct?
I don't know.
All right. And MDC is not the same thing as If Gang, correct?
I don't know.
Now, did you tell the police that you didn't go to Crucial, but you do hang out with YSL on the block?
What is a block?
Did you tell the police that you hang out with YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that hung out with them at Crucial, but not so much after you got shot in November.
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police about Woody and Mooktunk shooting at Kel?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury about the video between you, Mooktunk, and talking or shouting out to Kel.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about it?
I don't remember.
Do you know when you made the video?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Trevia is.
I don't remember.
It's true that Trevia was at one point dating Mooktunk, correct?
I don't remember.
And Trevia stopped dating Mooktunk and started dating Kel, right?
I don't remember.
And you told the police about a video that you made with Mooktunk calling out Kel, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And all this happened after the shooting at the dugout that you all believe If Gang and specifically Kel was a part of. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Did Shannon and Diamante Kendrick or Yak talk to you about the Donovan Thomas murder, didn't they?
No.
They talked to you in 2015 on January 10th, 2015 into the morning of January 11th, 2015, didn't they?
Just told you no.
Now, do you remember parts of 2015 now?
I didn't know that day I was at home sick.
You were at home sick from what?
I was at home sick.
Okay. Did you stay at home the entire day?
I don't remember.
So if you don't remember, why are you saying you know for sure that you did not speak with Shannon and Yak about Donovan Thomas's murder?
Shit, they ain't come to my house.
You all went to Jeffrey Williams' house, didn't you?
No, I don't remember, no.
You told the police that you, Shannon, and Yak were at Jeffrey Williams' house together following Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Tell the jury who Doo-Wop is. Mr. Zachary, can I give you anything?
You say what?
I said, tell the jury who Doo-Wop is.
I don't remember.
All right. You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible.
Mr. Zachary, if you want to drink that water, then drink it. If not, stop playing with it.
In mine?
You can drink it.
You told the police that Doo-Wop was also responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that both Shannon and Yak talked to you about the Donovan Thomas murder because y'all were at Thug's house talking about it, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And the police asked you which house.
Characterization. This is the problem. That's not what the transcript says.
Your Honor, number one, I object to the speaking objection. And
how am I supposed to combat this?
And two, it doesn't matter what a transcript says. I'm asking questions.
Well, Your Honor, there needs to be a good faith basis, and we cannot just ask any question we want and just make up things and have him say, "I don't remember." That's misleading to the
And,
jury.
Your Honor, making up things.
Ask the question.
All right. So Shannon and Yak talked to you about killing Donovan Thomas partly because y'all were at the house talking about it, right?
No,
And you all were at Thug's house, right?
no,
The police asked you whether it was the new one or the old one, didn't they?
no, I don't remember.
And you told the police it was the old one, his condo down there. Isn't that right?
I don't remember.
You told the police that Yak was hanging with a girl named Bushi, correct?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that based on what Yak and Shannon told you, they saw Nut at the barbershop, right?
I don't remember.
And you said that they saw him at the barbershop. And at the time, D was with them, but he later got into another car. Remember?
No.
The police asked you, which car were they in when they saw him? Do you remember that?
No.
And you told the police the Infiniti G35. Remember?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you what color it was?
I don't remember.
You told the police you forgot what color it was, but that Thug's manager, Amina, had rented it.
I don't remember.
Okay. You also told the police that you and Woody were in it. Later on, you said later that night.
I don't remember.
You said that you went to a little kickback.
That's a lie.
Which part is a lie? That you said it to police or that it happened?
I don't remember. I didn't know what it damn sound like, and then it's true.
So which part are you calling a lie?
You?
Okay. Well, which part of what I said was a lie?
Everything you ever said.
All right. So you told the police that you thought you had wrecked the car, didn't you? Mr. Zachary, you thought you and Woody had wrecked the car.
I don't remember.
And you weren't drunk, but y'all were just flying, trying to see how fast the car could go.
If we wrecked it, how was it used after that?
It's what I just said about you all driving fast to see what the car was doing. Something that you told the police.
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police that the car was definitely rented for Thug, correct?
And I told them that I never saw Thug in that car. I didn't tell them I definitely knew. I told them Woody told me.
So now you remember talking about the car.
I don't remember.
Specifically the Infiniti rented by Amina, correct?
I don't remember.
That you now say you told them you never saw Thug inside, correct?
I know I said that.
Huh?
I know I said that.
Okay. And you also said that the car was rented for Thug, correct?
I never said that. I know. I say Woody told me. I remember that. And I say I never saw him in the car, so Woody had to be lying. I remember that.
You told the police that Thug let Shannon, Nard, and Yak drive that car, didn't you?
If we wreck the car, how can they drive it?
Did you tell the jury last week that while you were riding in the car, you spun out and the bumper came off?
I don't remember.
Now, you told the police as well that Shannon and Yak pulled up on Bushi.
I don't remember.
You also told the police that you and Muntu
So how can I tell something else if I say I ain't know what was going on?
So is that right? You told the police
I don't
that y'all
remember.
didn't know?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Woody was scared at the time?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Woody had nothing to do with the murder?
I don't remember that.
Did you talk to the police about a gang meeting?
I don't know what a gang is.
You don't know what a gang is? Did you ever hear, do you remember talking to the police about If Gang and their beef with YSL?
I don't remember.
So when you hear If Gang, did you ever ask the police what a gang is?
I don't remember.
You told the police that the exact words Shannon told you as far as what happened was, we caught that in nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing.
But you told the police he did, didn't you?
I don't know.
You said, specifically, he said, we caught that nigga nut down bad.
Shannon never told me nothing. And Shannon don't even talk like that.
When you talked to the police, you told them, you asked him who? And Shannon told you him, Yak, and Dua. You remember that?
No.
And you told the police that, according to Shannon, they had an AK, correct?
I don't remember.
And according to you, when you talked to police, they also had a 45.
I don't know.
You told the police that the 45 was Shannon's gun, according to what Shannon told you, correct?
Shannon never told me nothing.
You talked to the police as well about OG Bentley, didn't you?
I don't like talking about the dead.
OG Bentley is deceased?
Yes. Tragic.
When was he deceased? When did he die?
I think when I was in jail.
When, not where. When did he die?
I think when I was in jail, I was hearing it. Like he died. It's
Okay,
tragic.
so do you know for a fact that happened?
I don't like talking about that.
All right. Do you know for a fact that happened?
I don't like talking about the dead.
Did she?
Yes.
you got the faith? Yeah, I got the faith. Yeah, yeah. In God we trust. Hey, in God we trust. Keep that faith in your head high. Yeah. Hey, in God we trust. What do you think? Hey, what do you think? Not talking to money, I'm talking to God that be keeping me straight. He keeping me straight. This life could be gone in a blink. Was living with nothing and no kitchen sink. Shower water came from tears, and whenever it rained, out of Dodge, living in a Dodge, and the only thing I had was faith. I was worried about the repo. I was living in a sinkhole. Looking at others and how they was living their life was the secret, like Brink's Code or Victoria. We living in war times, but I always had with me the heart of a warrior. So I never quit. And I had to live in that deficit. But nothing's indefinite. So I pick up my head and I change on my etiquette. Keep my faith high, it was evident. Not worry about physical, I'm still alive, that's the evidence. He built me up, so I'm never breaking down easy like sediment. I'm relaxed as a sedative. Is you learning your lesson yet? This right here is my testament. Yeah, I keep my faith and I keep my head high. Me up when I'm feeling down, I stare at the dead. I stare at the dead sky. The cloud outside right beside me, he fighting these demons. He's fighting these demons. Yeah, he made him let God we trust. What do you think? Hey, what do you think? I'm counting the blessing before I count money. It's part of the rank. It's part of the rank. Hit my heart with a stake, cause I'm a wolf. I'm howling at moons. Holy Ghost, he didn't enter the room, but holy smokes, I didn't overdose. But I opened my eyes and it's all up to him, I assume. I done made it through some situations. Upstairs, made it out the basement. All I needed was the very basic. See it clear, never needed LASIK. But now I didn't open my eyes, my iris is oversized. So I see through them open lies. When they open their mouths and the locusts all go inside. Nowhere you can hide. The devil alive and I swear that he really be telling lies. Told me raise up that 9 in my head, pull that trigger real slow. Now you really see open minds. Can you coincide? The feeling I get when I stop me from blowing, I know it's God. And not in my mind and my soul, I real strong. I rely on my faith and it never dies. Yeah, it never dies. Yeah, I keep my faith and I keep my head high. Me up when I'm feeling down, I stare at the dead. I stare at the dead sky. The cloud outside right beside me, he fighting these demons. He's fighting these demons. He's fighting these demons. Yeah, he made him let me go. Yeah, yeah. Hey, in God we trust. Hey, in God we trust. Hey, who got the faith? Hey, you got the faith. Yeah, I got the faith. Do you got the faith? Yeah, I got the faith. Yeah, yeah. In God we trust. Hey, in God we trust. Keep that faith in your head high. Yeah.
For the witness back, please. Go ahead, Ms. Loeb.
And Judge, I'd ask that if I could just be reminded of whether I asked and got an answer to the question.
You didn't get an answer.
Thank you, Counselor. The gun that Shannon had was a .45, according to Shannon. Isn't that right?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie and ask you if you recognize this person.
My computer.
Oh. Permission to publish a photograph.
You may. I don't know if we're ready to yet, though.
due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
Can we do something, get you any medicine or anything like that?
I don't want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
Do you recognize the person that the pointer is on?
No.
Isn't that O.G. Bentley?
I told you, Miss Love, I don't like speaking on the dead. I don't know if that's him though.
You don't know if that's him. All right, I'm going to show you 10 Charlie Charlie.
That is 10
I'm sorry,
Charlie.
that is 10. I'm going to show you 24 Charlie Charlie. What about the person who is depicted in 24 Charlie Charlie? Is that the person you know is O.G. Bentley?
I don't remember.
Do you know if that person is Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know that person to be named Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether or not, do you recall speaking about a spot Bentley had on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't remember.
Do you know if Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't like speaking on the dead, Miss Love.
We'll get through it as respectfully and quickly as possible. Do you know if O.G. Bentley had a spot on Cleveland Avenue on Oak Drive?
I don't remember.
You told the police that he did, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You told the police that as between Shannon and Yak, Shannon was the one that told you first about killing Nut, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And you told the police that both Shannon and Yak told you the same story, didn't they?
I don't remember.
You told the police that Shannon told you the same night that Donovan Thomas got killed. What happened?
It couldn't have been because I wasn't there. I was told I was at home, so I don't remember.
Didn't you tell the police that you went to Thug's house? You had just pulled up at Thug's house and walked in with Monktoon?
No, I just told you. I remember just telling you I was sick. I wasn't there.
Do you remember telling the police how Shannon was telling you that they were going to meet Bushi?
I don't remember no Shannon that night.
Do you know, or can you tell the jury who Bushi is?
I don't know.
Was Bushi dating Yak at the time?
I don't know.
You told the police that Shannon described how it was that they came upon Donovan Thomas and how they rolled back around and started shooting.
That's a lie. I lied if I did say it.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 23, Charlie Charlie, and ask you if you recognize this person.
I don't know.
Isn't that the person you call Nard?
I don't know him.
You don't know him at all?
No.
Do you remember telling the police that we shoot at them and they make a police report? They say we shoot at them and they make a police report, but they shoot at us and we say nothing?
I don't know.
You were talking about if gang being they and YSL being we, weren't you?
I don't know who they and who were.
I'm sorry?
I don't know who they and we are. I know who I am.
You told the police that you all went to Florida after Donovan Thomas's murder, didn't you?
I told you. I don't remember.
You told the police that you, Shannon, Dee, Woody, and Yak went to Florida. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You told them that you all went on a Sprinter van, didn't you?
I don't know.
Objection 403.
Overruled.
You said you don't remember?
I don't know.
And this was in the further into the day after Donovan Thomas was murdered, correct?
I don't know.
You all came back a little bit early, didn't you?
I don't know.
Woody expressed being concerned about people shooting at his house while he was down there, right?
I don't know.
Now, Yak told you at a different time than Shannon told you about the murder. Isn't that correct?
You had never told me nothing.
And Duop was Yak's friend. Isn't that correct?
I don't know no doo-wop.
You told the police when asked how Duop fits into all this, you said he's Yak's homeboy, correct?
I don't know.
And the police asked you, so him and Yak are close, correct?
I don't know.
And you said, yeah. Is that right?
I don't know.
Now, you told the police that you didn't know Duop personally, right?
I don't remember.
You told him that you just say, what's up, and that's pretty much it. Is that right?
I don't know.
You told the police that the spot that Bentley had on Oak Drive was one where he sold drugs, right?
Bentley ain't never sold no drugs. He ain't like that. He ain't that type of person.
Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I never saw Bentley sell no drugs.
That's not what I asked. Did you tell the police that drugs were sold at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Sir?
No.
Okay. Now, Bentley did used to drive a white Nitro, didn't he?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that he did drive one, but he wrecked it or something by August 2015?
I don't remember.
And did you tell the police that Bentley had a child with Nutt's sister?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that in the hours after Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug was acting sort of nonchalant. He was acting sort of, he wasn't excited or anything.
I know I ain't say that.
You also talked to police and told them that even though you had nothing to do with it, you went down to Florida just to go down there.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug had a show down there?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that after the shooting, you said you didn't describe him as nonchalant. Did you call him normal?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Motu didn't go down to Florida with you?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that the mood while y'all were in Florida was that they were afraid?
I don't know what somebody else moved there.
Did you tell the police that?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the police about a rumor regarding Woody and Lucci's studio?
I don't know.
Do you know about a place called TIG?
I don't remember.
Do you know about a studio called TIG?
I don't remember.
Is the Vault studio a place that you're familiar with?
I don't know about no studios.
Do you remember talking to the police about when YSL first shot at Kel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was the one that really escalated?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that was just guns up for both sides?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Tay shot Kel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to the police about Woody getting jumped on?
I don't remember.
And do you remember talking to the police about people jumping on Bloody J after that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that they pulled off and that Kel had already gone?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all ran up the street? Sir?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you all went in two separate cars?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was with you and Shannon that night that Woody got jumped on at the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug was on stage performing and that Woody was making his way up to the stage flashing money?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that as Woody was making his way up the stage flashing money, that he got jumped, he got pulled down?
I just told you I don't remember.
let's take a quick break. Sorry, thought that was a good time for a break.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take one.
93 Yankee that has already been shown to the defense. Are you able to see 493 Yankee? If you need to pull it as close to your face as you can to see it, let me know. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Kind of blurry.
Sir?
It kind of blurry.
It's kind of blurry. Do you need me to bring it to you bigger? Do you see your...
I recognize people.
And is that a fair and accurate picture of what you looked like at the time that that photograph was taken?
Yeah, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember about when this photograph was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you remember?
Let me see it.
Go ahead. No?
Can I see the date?
Yes, sir. Can
No.
you need me to?
Always want me to say the date?
No, no, no. Does looking at the date remind you of about when it was taken?
No.
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken? Hmm?
No.
Okay. Do you see who you're in the photograph with?
Yes.
Who are you in the photograph with?
Me and Shannon.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the photograph of you and Shannon taken at that time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 493 Yankee, and just so that anyone from the defense sees, there you go. I'll let Mr. Shar see it. State tenders 493 Yankee.
It's admitted.
Mr. Zachary, what we're going to do is look up at the screen, and we're going to blow up 493 Yankee, okay? And then I just want you to tell the jury as we blow it up, starting with the people inside, if we could blow it up a little bit more, the faces, tell the jury who the pointer is on now.
Me.
That's you in the white shirt?
Yeah.
And the person to your left with the black hoodie on, who is that?
Shannon.
Okay. And if you will push it up, that date, January 16th, 2015, when you looked at it, was that around the date that this photograph was taken, or
I don't know.
was it taken obviously before this date?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Lil D at RO5 Lil D. Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. And that caption at the bottom, would you read that?
Can't read.
Let me ask you something. Okay. Did you say earlier that you read newspapers? You saw an article in a newspaper. Did I get that right?
I don't know.
You don't remember? We gangster in every city we go. That sound about right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Now, when you post things on social media, who puts the captions on your posts?
Who said I posted that?
I'm asking you a question, not that you posted it. I'm asking you who puts the captions on your posts.
Anybody I get a phone to and ask them for a caption.
So you ask people to put captions on your posts? All right. When you talked about the Club Crucial fight where Rudy got jumped on, You and Thug stayed in the club while everyone else went outside after Woody got jumped on. Is that right?
I don't know.
That's what you told the police, though, right?
I don't know.
And you told the police that everybody went to get guns, right?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
What?
Did you tell the police that Thug was the money?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you talk to the police about Shannon swinging on Bloody J?
I don't know.
Did you talk with the police about who shot up Lucci's mama's house?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell the police that you're on our okay? Thank you, Judge. Oh, there he is. Mr. Zachary, at the time that Lucci's mom's house got shot up, Lucci was hanging with Kellen then, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You told the police that, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. You believed that at one point Kel shot at Summer at the Crystals, didn't you?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that Trevia and Summer's cousin were at the Crystals and Kel and them had words?
I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling the police that during that time you were in Miami
I don't know.
and you weren't in that car?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that the night when Demikian got jumped was the first time they ever let you ride with them when they went to do something?
I don't know.
You told the police that you had bought a 7.62 and a Draco, correct?
I don't know.
And in fact, you bought the Draco for yourself when Summer's car had gotten shot up, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you who runs YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that Thug wasn't right there when they started YSL?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that your brother and Slug started YSL?
I don't know.
Did the police ask you, what about DK?
I don't know.
Do you know who DK is? Do you know Walter Murphy? Did you tell the police that Tay, Slug, and a few of their friends who grew up together started YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Slug told Thug what was going on and Thug just ran with it?
I told him he was just a rapper, and that's his friend, so that's what I remember telling him.
I'm sorry, one more time for me.
I remember telling him that he was a rapper and that was his friend stuff. I remember telling him that.
That who was a rapper?
Mr. Wade.
And who was his friend's stuff?
YSL.
Who was his friend?
Slug.
Okay. And that Thug just ran with it.
I just say he just put in his songs.
Okay, that's what you said. All right. Now, did you, during the time that you knew Mr. Williams early on, did you ever know him to be with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Jeffrey Williams was never Red Cartel, he was with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Rock Crew and YSL are the same thing?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that they fell out with Boo because Boo was snitching on Mo, and that's when they started YSL?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing name, just for the record?
I don't remember.
Did the police show you some photographs? Specifically, they showed you one of Doo-Wop.
I don't remember no photos.
Did you sign the picture of Doo-Wop and put your signature over it?
I don't remember no photo.
Did you look at a picture of Nard?
I don't remember no photo.
Did you tell the police about how long Moontunk knew your dad?
I don't remember.
Right. Did you identify Yak for the police? Did you identify Shannon for the police?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police or write for the police an SB over Shannon's picture?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that SB stands for Shannon Badass?
Man, ain't nothing bad about it. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell the police that the night that Donovan Thomas got killed, Shannon had a 45?
I told you earlier, no. I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Doo-Wop and Nard were in the car and Nard was driving?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that in addition to Shannon, Nard also told you at Thug's house?
I don't remember.
At the condo?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police how you linked up with Shannon, Thug, and Yak and the rest after Donovan Thomas' murder?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk called you?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk told you someone had killed Donovan Thomas?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Moontunk followed you to Thug's house?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police you left Summer's car at Thug's house when you all went to Miami?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Lil D was at Thug's house?
I don't remember.
Did you point out or did you talk to the police about a different shooting that happened on April 26, 2015 at the Sitco on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. Do you remember yesterday when I showed you a photograph, or not yesterday, but last week when I showed you a photograph and asked you if you recognized Nard in the photograph?
Totally don't know.
Okay. That's okay. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. I need a stick. Do you remember identifying Bentley in the photograph?
I don't remember.
Do you remember identifying DK in the photograph?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Bentley had a little nitro every day?
Bentley what?
Had the nitro every day.
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police about the Little Wayne bus shooting?
I don't remember.
Did you go to the compound that night?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you were with Slug when you went to the compound?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you went in two different cars?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police you were in a Benz, a white Benz?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you were at LaCroix before you went to the compound?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Thug's sister went to the compound because everyone was deep?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that she was in her truck?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that it was an Explorer, a two-door Explorer?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that DK was with her when she pulled up?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that DK and them pulled her out of the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that the sister of Thugs that was there was Max?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you if after the compound did everybody go back to the studio at any time?
I don't remember.
You may.
Do you remember telling the police how you all went to the studio later on that night?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking about going to Magic City and LaCroix
I don't
that
remember.
night before you went to the compound?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
He was already locked up for it, so I knew it was on the news. Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. What now?
He was already locked up for it. Everybody knew it. It was on the news.
Okay. But I'm talking about the night of the shooting.
The night
Was Pee Wee in his Camaro?
You said, did I tell them? Yes, after he had already been convicted of it.
Okay. At the time, were you at the compound when Pee Wee and Max and DK were all at the compound?
I don't know.
So, do you remember whether or not Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I don't know.
And do you remember telling the police that Pee Wee was in his Camaro?
I remember seeing it on the news and I ran with it.
Is that the only way that you knew Pee Wee was in the Camaro?
Yes.
Did you tell the police, or rather, did you ever go inside the compound once you got there?
I don't remember no compound.
Do you remember telling the police that you never went inside the club and a lot of you all did not go inside the club?
I don't know.
Do you remember Detective Gaither asking you what was y'all's reason for going there?
I don't know.
Do you remember answering, just go in the club? I guess they had YSL shirts on and stuff.
I don't know.
Your Honor, just 1 second before I ask this next question. Did you tell the police, or better yet, did Pee Wee, was he also known as Roscoe?
I don't know.
All right. And did you believe that Pee Wee went in there just to get into it with Wayne?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that he just wanted to be seen, start shit, or just be seen?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police that after the bus was shot, you met up at the studio and that Max's truck was in there, was with them, and Pee Wee's car?
I don't remember.
Right. Do you know what gang Pee Wee Roscoe is in?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police he's a Crip?
I don't remember. You keep saying something about this same incident. I told you everything I said about it was already on the news.
Okay. Did was Shannon present with you and the other people I just named on the night everyone went to the compound?
I don't remember.
Did Shannon FaceTime Thug that night?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Shannon FaceTimed Thug, but Thug didn't answer?
No.
You didn't tell him that?
I don't think I said no Shannon. I don't know.
Did you tell the police that you were right there when he FaceTimed Thug, but he didn't answer?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that you... Your Honor, if we can approach, I can show the court. And Mr. Zachary, let me rephrase and apologize. Was Roscoe, were you present when Roscoe FaceTimed Thug?
I don't know.
Not Shannon. All right. Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe FaceTimed Thug, but that Thug didn't answer?
Yeah, I remember because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had that set up. Yes, I remember.
And what now?
Yes, I remember telling them that because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams told them to do it.
Told who to do what?
Roscoe to do what he did.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that you were at a gas station on Northside Drive when that happened? When Roscoe FaceTimed Thug?
Yes, because they kept trying to make it seem like Mr. Williams had something to do with it, and I was telling him he didn't.
Now, when you say they kept trying to make it seem like that, what happened to make you believe that?
Because the way they were sent, like, oh, like they'll say something, oh, ain't nobody just doing that without getting approved from this person to that person. I'm like, man, don't nobody tell nobody what to do. I'm like, he ain't, you know what I said. You got paper if you gonna tell the truth.
You understand that the only person that can give testimony is you on the stand, right? That was the question. Okay. Now, did you ever buy a gun for Woody?
I bought it, and I think he stole it or something like that.
You think it got stolen?
I remember buying a gun.
Uh-huh. Okay. Did you buy that gun for Woody?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you remember telling the police that you purchased a Taurus PT 140 40 caliber firearm?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing the receipt for
Yes.
the guns?
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing your handwriting on a receipt for a Diamondback 223?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the police about a gun that you left in Monktunk's car?
Yes.
All right.
Man, how long I'm about to be up here, man?
I'm through.
What?
I said I'm almost through.
Keep asking these same questions. Yes, I remember everything about the guns I bought.
Okay.
I'm convicted of it.
All right.
I'm trying to have patience, y'all. I'm up
Do
here.
you
Chest
remember
hurt, head hurt.
Okay. Did the police, after you were arrested with that gun at the gas station, do you know if they searched your house?
Yes.
And do you know everything that they found?
No.
Okay. Did the police ask you about Demikion Garlington's phone number?
I don't know.
Okay.
You done?
Mr. Zachary, you're welcome. Have that water if you want, and maybe just take some.
I need some drugs. Narcotic, like I got chronic care issues, you know that. She keep asking the same questions.
She's also asked you if you needed somebody to get your prescription, and you had declined about 4 times.
They might kill me. I'm scared.
They have misspoken. Thank you. Do you remember talking to the police um, about if gang shooting on Empire Park at YSL?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police or identifying for the police doo-wop in his car?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you knew Nard since you were 12 years old?
I don't remember.
Do you remember IDing Yak for the police?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police about a Draco with a shoulder strap
I don't remember.
that Nard had the day before the murder?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Nard was from Browns Mill?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Nard had Bentley's Nitro every day?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that Roscoe is a hype man for Jeffrey Williams?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police, in addition to Yak, Shannon, and Duop, that defendant Williams also allowed Nard to drive the Infinity?
I don't remember.
Huh?
I don't remember.
Now, did you tell the police that you saw defendant Shannon Stillwell I'm sorry. Did you tell the police that you went to Florida with Demekion, Shannon, Kenneth, Diamante, and Nard?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police that Nard left for Florida before the other people did?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to the police again in 2017?
I don't remember.
All right.
You gotta go through all this same stuff again?
Do you think you remember more about 2017?
No, I don't remember nothing. 2017. I don't remember nothing. You keep asking me the same question. I'm up here in pain, chest hurting, head hurting. Y'all, that's illegal. I don't know about my rights, but I'm pretty sure y'all violating them.
Your Honor, can I give, will the court
I'm allergic to Tylenol.
Would the court be willing to give us a brief break to see what we can give to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
Pain.
Yes.
Where I go?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, ain't got we trust. Hey, ain't got we trust. Hey, who got the faith? Hey, you got the faith. Yeah, I got the faith. Do you got the faith? Yeah, I got the faith. Yeah, yeah. Ain't got we trust. Hey, ain't got we trust. Keep that faith in your head high. Yeah. Hey, ain't got we trust. What do you think? Hey, what do you think? Not talking to money, I'm talking to God that be keeping me straight. He keeping me straight. This life could be gone in a blink. Was living with nothing and no kitchen sink. Shower water came from tears and whenever it rained. Out of Dodge, living in a Dodge, and the only thing I had was faith. I was worried about the repo. I was living in a sinkhole. Looking at others and how they was living their life was the secret like Brink's Code or Victoria. We living in war times, but I always had with me the heart of a warrior. So I never quit. And I had to live in that deficit. But nothing's indefinite. So I pick up my head and I change on my etiquette. Keep my faith high, it was evident. Not worry about physical, I'm still alive, that's the evidence. He built me up, so I'm never breaking down easy like sediment. I'm relaxed as a sedative. Is you learning your lesson yet? This right here is my testament. Yeah, I keep my faith and I keep my head high. Me up when I'm feeling down. I stare at the dead. I stare at the dead sky. And the cloud outside right beside me. He's fighting these things. He's fighting these things. Yeah, he made him let go. We trust. What do you think? Hey, what do you think? I'm counting the blessing before I count money. It's part of the rank. It's part of the rank. Hit my heart with a stake, cause I'm a wolf. I'm howling at moons. Holy Ghost, he He done entered the room, but holy smokes, I done overdosed. But I opened my eyes and it's all up to him, I assume. I done made it through some situations. Upstairs, made it out the basement. All I needed was the very basic. See it clear, never needed LASIK. But now I done open my eyes, my iris is oversized. So I see through them open lies. When they open their mouths and the locusts all go inside. Nowhere you can hide. The devil alive and I swear that he really be telling lies. Told me raise up that 9 in my head, pull that trigger real slow. Now you really see open minds. Can you coincide? The feeling I get when I stop me from blowing, I know it's God. And not in my mind and my soul are real strong. I rely on my faith and it never dies. Yeah, it never dies. Yeah, I keep my faith and I keep my head high. Me up when I'm feeling down. I stare at the dead. I stare at the dead sky. The cloud inside right beside me. He's fighting these demons. He's fighting these demons. He's fighting these demons. But he made him let me go. Yeah, he made him let me go. Yeah. Hey, in God we trust. Hey, in God we trust. Hey, who got the faith? Hey, you got the faith. Yeah, I got the faith. Do you got the faith? Yeah, I got the faith. Yeah. In God we trust. Hey, in God we trust. Keep that faith in your head high. Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything anybody needs to bring up or deal with, or any short matters? Yeah, why don't everybody come up to the bench?
I don't know what the hell they got going on today. This the worst trial they I done seen in a minute. Ain't nothing shaking right. These people bullshit. Check in on this young dog trial real quick, though.
Bit for bit right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you had 3 or 4 times, as you said it, right? To meet with them, to go over it, to think about it. You were able to talk with counsel before you went into these. You were able to look at paperwork before you went in, right?
Before I went in with.
And met with them.
Yeah, what you mean though? What you saying? Like, what you saying?
It just slipped your mind.
Now, what you saying? Like,
No,
what slipped my mind? What you saying?
To tell them all the details.
Yeah, I couldn't just remember detail like that.
Because it's hard to keep up with details when you're lying. You would agree with that, right?
Nah.
No?
Nah, when you tell them the truth, like, and you
Okay.
nervous, like, it's hard to keep up with details.
So, you're saying that one just slipped your mind? Okay. You didn't bring it up. They didn't ask you. It just slipped your mind. Okay.
I answered the questions they asked me correctly. You know, like if they ain't asked me, if I don't want to call them asking me, I ain't answering.
So, law enforcement specifically asked you about this $800 that you got after the shooting, right?
Right.
And today, I just want to make clear, you're saying that $500 was hand-delivered by Justin with a letter to your neighbor.
Right.
And her name, just to be clear, is Vivian Fifi, right?
Correct.
Lives next door to your dad.
Correct.
And you know that happened, correct?
Correct.
You say you were on the phone with Justin and Miss Fifi when that was happening.
Correct.
And to confirm that Miss Fifi actually got the money.
Correct.
Okay? Now, but you would agree with me that's not the story you first told law enforcement, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I can't say it's correct in that because I don't know what I told them like when I first talked to them.
But is that the truth?
I can't recall the interview that I had with them back then, so I can't say it's correct or it's not.
Okay. Well, did you tell them that you told them the truth, right?
Yeah, I told them the truth.
All right. So, in that same interview, if that's the truth with Miss Fifi, in that same interview earlier, why would you tell them that some masked man came in a Chrysler 300 on 2 occasions and said, you didn't say that.
I didn't say that earlier. I did not say that. That a madman on 2 occasions came.
You didn't say that.
Justin dropped it off to Miss Fifi the first time, and he had somebody with a mask on the second time with $300. That's what I said.
So, if that interview recording's got your voice saying that you and Angela backed up in the driveway the next door, and on 2 separate occasions, the first time somebody brought $500, and your girlfriend Angela got out and got it, and you stayed in the car, and then on another occasion, which is what you said today, somebody bought $300, and Angela got out and got it. You're saying that's just not like you didn't say that. Somebody else jumped in your interview that was recorded and said those things.
Yeah, I don't remember saying all that. I can't recall the interview. Like I got to hear it for me to say, yeah, you know, I see it. Yeah, I got to hear the interview.
Okay. But if you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have any trouble, right? Going, did I say that or not? Because you know you didn't say it because you told the truth.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling
This time or that time?
I've been telling the truth all the time. all along.
Okay.
Since it's out there, might as well tell the truth.
A couple of things. You had only two conversations. Well, let me back up. You had one conversation at Quet's house where Jook was there, correct?
Correct.
Justin wasn't there.
Nah, he wasn't there.
And then you said you had an earlier conversation with just you and Quet about the doll hit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this conversation that you had at Quet's with Juke was there. I think you said you went to buy X pills.
Correct.
You weren't going over there for the specific purpose of saying you wanted to a chance at killing Dolph.
Nah.
Okay. Did you ever, during that meeting that you had with Jook and Quet present, did you ever say that you could get up on Dolph real easy because you know where his aunt lives and you see him over there at least once a week?
Nah.
Never said that.
Never said that.
Now, you've testified today that no promises were made, right? But you're expecting to get consideration.
Nah.
No. You're not expecting to get any consideration for your sentence in this case, based on what you're doing here today.
Nah. But I know I'm going to jail anyway, so.
Okay.
So, might as well be real, get it off my chest, feel better. Start my healing process.
It's not what you told your sisters when you wrote them back in March of 22.
Probably not.
You lied to them?
I say anything. I don't know.
Now we're getting somewhere. You'd say anything.
I'm saying like in the letters because I know for sure that they taking my letters and stuff, so.
You told them my lawyer is trying to tell me my best out is working with the feds, helping them, something I've never done in my life.
Yeah.
So you're telling them I didn't do this. I didn't really do it. But I'm going to say I did it so I can get out of prison.
Nah, I ain't saying it like that. I ain't saying it like that. Like, I'm saying like, it's my best out to be honest and stuff like that. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, be truthful because they already know. So, if they already know, why play with these folks? And they already know.
And then you said, just so on that point, your lawyer, he said that's the only way I will not do life in jail.
Yeah, if I said that then, you know, if you know what I said, if I wrote that, I said that.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say I didn't write that.
And then you say that you're hoping essentially not to do any time because your lawyer that you have now was responsible for getting one of the people in the Holly Bobo case out without doing any jail time.
Yeah, I told him his history, you know what I'm saying, like his history, but what he did in the past ain't got nothing to do with this.
No? So you weren't expecting to walk free after today? That's not what you were expecting?
After them folks kept telling me I ain't going, I said forget it, you know what I'm saying, like, it is what it is, I'm being real, so it is what it is, I feel better now.
Okay. Because you told your sisters, they got to let me walk free if I make any deals with them.
I my sister and they green, they don't know nothing about no, man, no folks teachers and stuff like that. They green, they don't know nothing about no jail time or nothing like that. So, you know, we just praying, hoping for the best outcome. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just leaving in God's hands. You know what I'm saying? Faith.
Exactly. Hoping to walk free if you go in and testify in this case,
Yeah,
right?
Before I talk to them folks and stuff like that, like, before I talk to them, that's what I'm telling my sister and them, like, man, I ain't never did no police ass shit, but, you know what I'm saying? Quit already told them everything. They already knew everything, so I might as well, you know, tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Tell my role, tell his role, you know what I'm saying? So, be honest.
Well, and you bring up Quet in this letter. You even tell your sisters that when you saw Quet on December 8th, it was like he had a limited time to find somebody to pin this on. Talking about Quet.
Hey, you know, I was just getting locked up, right? So I wasn't finna say, yeah, that was me. I'm not finna say, yeah, I know that was me or nothing like that. Any letter. I'm not finna do that. I'm not finna do that.
You hadn't just got locked up. Agreed? You got locked up in December. This is in March.
Yeah, but I'm still just locked up over here. I came over here in January 11th. So I'm over here now, and I know, man, everything I do, say, whatever, right, they might intercept it. They might listen on the phone, so I can't talk like I really want to. And no letters or nothing.
You repeatedly say in these letters to your sisters that you didn't do this, and you're only going to lie.
Right. I said it in that letter once again. I just got over it. I know my case over. I ain't talked to no state or nothing like that. I ain't talked to nobody. So I'm not finna admit to doing nothing in no letter, knowing they might interfere in it.